Introing us. All right. Mm-mm-mm. And for the YouTube audience, which is joining us, just give me a second before I hop right into it. Trying to get the Rockfin online. All right, we got Rockfin. So now we are good to go. As you all can see, I have a guest with me. If you're not familiar with this guest, you need to get yourself very familiar with him. He is one half of the AnteDote, and I believe the AnteDote would be the podcast and expose the enemy. It's expose the enemy, correct, Jeremy?
That's correct. That's our homie John Swin from England, who has
Mm-hmm.
his own set of documentaries and website, and he will repost our shows on his YouTube channel and Odyssey.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice. And so I've seen that, and I ran across the antidote. That's what they go by, through our friends, Seb Solomon, who she runs her show, and as you guys saw, she co-hosted last night on the Political Matrix. Even though we were having a lot of technical difficulties, my apologies, but we were able to get it out and have a nice, thoughtful conversation on a bunch of different topics, and especially dealing with the major topic we're dealing with right now, this whole so-called Israel versus Palestine war.
a war. Yeah.
War. You know, I mean, in order for you to have a war, don't you have to have two equal parts, or at least some kind of a back and forth for a war?
Well,
Um,
actually, I would then imagine that this is the first time after Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think it's Article 50, the
mhm.
first declaration of war in Israel in 50 years, and that
Uh-huh.
it's the first time Israel's ever recognized Palestine as a state, because you can't go to
Hmm.
war unless there's another state here. But that's part of the deeper politics that we could get into in terms of
Oh,
why he ultimately helped prop up Hamas as a counter gang, is what it looks like, so that he could do this exact thing. That's what it looks like to me.
interesting. See, I knew it was a good idea to have you on. For those who don't know, give a little bit of background. And his co-host, Greg, will be joining us shortly, and so it's going to be even more fun watching how these two brilliant minds play off of each other. Um, I titled it "Understanding Zionism," and I went back and forth on how to title it for a while because it's so complex, this topic that we're getting into, and it's definitely nuanced. There are different sides and aspects to it, and so I wanted to be able to talk to somebody who that I would say has more knowledge, especially on the early beginnings of it, and being able to understand the Zionism, its formation, its history, and how it's impacting like our politics, this war that's this so-called war that's going on, and just so many different other topics that are going on, and try to give us a basis to be able to look at and understand some of these things, so that when we're looking at these situations and hearing information from the media, that we can have a better evaluation and keep in mind certain things which don't necessarily pass the sniff test. So, without a little bit of a long-winded opening, but Jeremy, could you kind of give us like a little bit of a understanding, and break it down to like for somebody who's not very familiar with like what is Zionism all about outside of what we just kind of hear people throw around as Zionism?
Well, there's different forms, I guess, of Zionism. There's an aspect of Zionism that folks will refer to maybe as religious Zionism, which is then said to be thousands of years old and is then deeply connected with a sense of a Messiah or a Mashiach coming back. And then
Mm-hmm.
there's what we actually see in terms of there is a state, Israel, founded on what is called political Zionism or modern political Zionism, which was a movement that really got going in the mid to late 1800s. And
Hmm.
in general, it seems like that although there were conflicts within even the Zionist community and definitely in the larger Jewish community, as the Zionist movement began to make its pitch first to the Jewish people and then to the world, that the state, we might call them the statists, were the ones who won out.
Hmm.
Because there's maybe one aspect that I can understand as the legitimate form of early Zionist aspirations, which was the idea of a Jewish diaspora that's been separated in time and different kinds of genetic lineage and lots of history that wanted to come have some presence back in the more ancient Jewish religious cultural, ethnic lands, or that kind of scenario. But what we've seen is that the political Zionists won out, and where I would actually, in a religious capacity, I would compare it that it is a status religion of a false idol where you could replace, in the in the, biblical history, there was a conflict between Mosaic law and then the golden calf as an
Hmm.
idol that was set up in place of what the absence of where is our moral and civil contact with God or something like that. And so to me, it looks like that the state of Israel and the win by the political Zionists, especially in the 1900s, has ended up in setting up something like a golden calf of statist ideology in a certain way, where the worship becomes not about whether actually sort of protecting the Jewish people or Jewish culture or Jewish religion, or protecting a connection to, the Levant in that way. It's become all about worshiping state power, and I would say it probably defines most. It's under political Zionism is the substructure to the deep political history, especially in the West, of the entire 20th century. And then I would say the 21st century, as we see ourselves from 9/11 to now Israel's 9/11, is where we see this heightened pitch of now totally knowing what is going on here in terms of the nature of political Zionism. And there's all kinds of other aspects of it. There's a history of different kinds of characters. For example, the current prime minister that the Israeli street has been calling the crime minister for a long time.
Hmm.
And by the way, he has been under indictment. It's not clear what's going on with his indictments about political corruption. It's really global in scope for a while. But this, current prime minister, his political and familial lineage actually goes back to a crucial early Zionist thinker. And actually, I believe they're the revisionist Zionists, Jabotinsky.
I
And
didn't know that.
yeah,
Hmm.
I think it was his father. I think it was was it his father? Keep on forgetting whether it's his father or his grandfather, who was his father is a historian, and it's either his father or his grandfather was the key aide to Jabotinsky. And so we'll see, like, all these these terms of iron, right? They'll use these
Hmm.
terms of iron, like the Iron Dome or something like that. A lot of that goes
Hmm.
directly back to Jabotinsky, and I would say this is really where the revisionist element of political Zionism is where Zionism gets its very intense fascist roots, actually, where it becomes a blood and soil project. And you see a lot of fascist rhetoric, including ethno supremacism.
I think I found it that interesting that you brought up iron because it kind of reminds me of the book of Daniel when it starts talking about the statue and the last layer of the statue is the feet of iron.
Mm.
Um, and so, of course, the toes are a mixture, partially strong, partially weak. Um, and I know that you're a man of faith. I know, and I am also. So it adds a lot more context to understand. Because I tell a lot. The reason why a lot of the left, I would feel, don't see a lot of the things that are going on worldwide with some of this stuff is because a lot of them are atheists. And if you're atheist, and I tell people all the time, you don't have to believe what I believe or even close to believe what I believe. But if you don't understand the Bible in a sense, then you're going to have a hard time understanding some of the mechanisms that are going on ahead of you because it is a lot of stuff biblically based. And so, yeah, I thought that was really interesting because I do remember I can't remember his name, but the late 1890s in Russia, where that would have been like more what you were talking about, one aspect of Zionism, where they were seeking for a homeland because of the customs being different than the other parts of Europe and wanting to kind of find just someplace away. And it kind of started with the, well, can we just kind of have this area or a ghetto or a place that's separate? And then it developed into, we need to find a land, um, and it was a division even there. Some people wanted to try to go back to the ancestral lands. Some people just wanted to find anywhere to go. And then you had um, the person who gets the most credit, I guess, Theodore Herzl. He gets most of the credit, but there were people before him, where that's the secular side of it, where it's just a political movement. And I think that's where you get some of these more mischievous elements that came in, which kind of taken over and to have kind of subverted. I mean, I would say twisted a lot of information and kind of blinded a lot of the Jewish populace to what's actually really going on. Um, thus some of what you see in Israel, some of the hardliners, the Itamar Ben Gavir types.
And what's interesting is I would say both parts of the aspirations of Zionism, whether the religious or the political, have both been toxified. They are toxic mimics of any legitimate aspect of that because the religious side, I think, is really what I expressed before, where it's like people waiting for a Moshiach
Mm-hmm.
and then being like, well, if God's not going to give us our Moshiach, we're going to create it out of this state of iron in a way. So that's sort
Mm-hmm.
of the subversion of the religious or Old Testament biblical kind of framework for Zionism. And a lot of that is still incorporated even in relationship to this more secular political Zionism. And then the on the political secular side of Zionism, the way that I think that has been toxified and subverted is that it is that what and this is very often people even make mistakes. Like there's Zionist propagandists who will talk about the only democratic government, the Jewish demographic state, and I've seen that happen before. And they meant no Jewish democratic state. So the political secular side of it has been polluted by this sort of almost fascist ethnic projects connected to a state, rather than something like a democratic project that is actually based on an idea of equal rights for all of the inhabitants of that area. So both of
Mm-hmm.
those ways have been perverted. And like a perfect example, I think, is like someone like Ben Shapiro, who we're at this moment where he's like really a lot of people sort of underplay him as that just some kind of popular media figure. But
Mm-hmm.
I really get the sense that he is the he sees himself at the very least as like the media commander of the Jewish people worldwide right now. And he seems to be a mouthpiece really for Netanyahu directly. Like he was recording a video a few days ago, basically expressing public nuclear extortion toward the
Mm-hmm.
American government, basically saying that if the US government doesn't support Israel in its move to what they're talking about exterminating, eliminating Hamas. Those are the more gentle expressions of it, while others are basically saying glassify, wipe out Gaza in general, destroy the Arabs. So that whole range. But Shapiro was basically saying the U.S. government has to give us all the military material that we need to accomplish this extermination of Hamas project, or Israel's going to have its back to the wall, and we're going to we're going to look weak to Hezbollah on our north, and that's going to then draw in Hezbollah with an Iranian backing from our north. And if Israel has its back to the wall, we can almost guarantee a nuclear exchange, right? And so what Shapiro is basically expressing is this long-term uh, geopolitical strategy of Israel and their nukes, which are openly known
Hmm.
but cannot be acknowledged. Actually, like
Yeah.
it's actually, I think it's against American diplomatic law to acknowledge the existence of the Israeli nuke. So they use that as a way of skirting around international treaties and all of that, while everyone de facto knows they have it. And part of the Samson option, it's based on Samson pulling
Hmm.
down. Basically, if we're going down, we're pulling basically the entire, global edifice with us, or something like that. And so you'll have an Israel.
And Jeremy, hold that thought, because I
Yeah,
kind of want
yeah.
to give, for people who are not familiar with what we're talking about as Samson, just kind of give a little bit of background. Samson was one of the great judges of Israel, and whole thing with Delilah and the cutting the hair. One of his last acts, which he did, is he prayed to the Lord, or or you could say Hashem, for strength at the very end, and he was able to collapse the pillars, and was able to take out the rest of those Philistine enemies. But sorry, continue.
Well, I appreciate you very much for bringing that in, because I'm I would call myself religiously a spiritual Jew. I'm
Hmm.
not a very religious or observant or deeply educated Hebraic Jew in that way. And
Hmm.
so I appreciate you having this knowledge of the biblical aspects of all of this, because
Oh yeah,
they're very important at the very least in terms of narrative and symbology, but probably even beyond that in many
yeah.
ways. At the
Well,
very least,
well,
in terms of scripting.
yeah. When you said earlier about the kind of um, the state of Israel almost building it up like an idol, and you referenced the golden calf, that reminded me a whole lot of Moses, or in the Jewish community they say Moshe, when he went up to Mount Sinai and he went got the Ten Commandments first, but he went up to get other law, statutes, and commandments. Um, and then once he came back down, they were building the golden calf because they couldn't wait to get, they couldn't wait for their Messiah to give them the actual instructions. And so I thought it was kind of interesting, the choice of metaphor you used there.
I think it's the perfect analogy for describing the perversion of the religious side of Zionism. It's basically losing faith at some
Hmm.
level and then trying to force God's hand.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, like when I had my bar mitzvah right in the around the time of the first Gulf War, and I grew up
Mm.
in Los Angeles. I had my bar mitzvah at the Wilshire Boulevard Temple, of which like the Mae Brussel, this sort of key left wing deep political researcher, her father had been the rabbi there, Magnin, actually, and so. Oh, I lost my train of thought where I was talking what we were talking about there.
But you were going into your bar mitzvah around the time of around 91.
Yeah, 91. Yeah.
So that puts you a little, what we're roughly around the same. You might be a little, that will put you maybe 2 years older. Well, we're about the same age,
I just
roughly.
turned 45 on this 2 days ago, Friday the 13th. I was born on
Oh, wow.
Friday. Both my son and me were born on Friday the 13th, exactly 6 months apart, which is very,
That's
very strange.
interesting.
Yeah.
You know the significance. I'm probably sure you know the significance of Friday the 13th, but
Not quite, not all the way.
really?
No.
Oh, well, I guess this will help because I was going to say this for the audience. And by the way, let's welcome
Greg.
Greg to the other half of the antidote. So glad to have you here on the Political Matrix, sir.
Yes, hello. I hope I'm coming in well, and this isn't a great space for me as there's a background noise in the other rooms with the TV on. But I hope I
No,
sound well.
you sound well.
Yeah.
No worries. We're just glad to
Perfect.
have
And
you.
by the way, I'm roughly 10 years younger than both of you. So
Yeah, I'm 42.
okay, so seven
So,
7 years.
Oh, both
mhm.
millennials. It's the Gen X versus the millennials here.
Well, see, I was considered Gen X, and then they changed it on me.
Oh.
I was one of those people because it used to be anybody that was what was it, 81 was the cutoff. Then they switched it to 80.
Oh, right. You're like my brother. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And sort of edgy, or in between there. Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm a latchkey kid, so technically, how does that
It
fit with
sounds Gen
millennials?
X. That sounds more like Gen X to me. Yeah.
Hmm. I don't identify with millennials. Just put that out there. But Friday the 13th, what that goes back to is the Knights Templar. And the Knights Templar, they were mostly set up to protect Jewish settlers on their way back and forth from Israel. And so what happened is there was a lot of stuff going on with them. I'm not going to go into the full details of them. I don't know. It might come up later on. We'll see. But in short, the Friday 13th was the day when most of the Knights Templars were executed.
Oh.
And
Uh-huh.
so that's why it's considered like a kind of a eerie day.
So
But
that's the
it's
origins of it.
yes.
Wow. Very, very strange.
Very well. Well, also, I mean, what they were charged with. They were charged with extortion. They were charged with. They were supposed to have a vow of celibacy. They were supposedly accused of not only having sex, but accused of rape, sodomy, pedophilia, like all kind of stuff, bestiality. They were accused of the litany. Now, do I know exactly what they were doing or not doing, or if they were just trumped up charges? I don't know. But I do know that that's what was put upon them. And it was also said that they were in a form of what blasphemous worship and heretical, because it was said that they believed in a different god, and some people would say that that god is the origins of where the Baphomet comes from.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And what
Oh,
time? What time period is this?
we're talking about, I want to say, the 1300s,
Oh
12 to
wow,
1300s. Yeah.
wow. Okay, I probably should look into more of this.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll do is we'll exchange numbers off cam, and we can teamwork on this, because you and Greg got a lot of stuff that you guys went in some areas that I haven't touched, and I need to know more about it.
Very cool.
But sorry, I'll I'll,
Oh
I'll,
yeah.
I'll hand it back over to you, and explaining a little bit more of kind of what's led up to more of this stuff. Oh, I wanted to ask you this. It's kind of way off topic, but I figured I would ask because I just ran across a movie about this rumor. And I was like, wait a minute. There was a movie back in like the 50s about Justice Brandis and the rumor about how he got on the courts.
Wow.
Um,
There was a movie from the 50s about it?
yeah.
Wow.
Well, and you know what I'm talking about, the rumor?
Yeah.
The rumor with Woodrow Wilson and the love letters and all that. And in the movie, one of Wilson's like his chief of staff is questioning him and questioning Brandis about, is this stuff true? I was like, wow, this is wild.
I want to
This is
see that.
wild.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
gotta.
what you're referencing is crucial history. Actually, what I was really thinking of when I talked
Mhm,
about how that the 20th century, the underlying deep political dynamics of the 20th
mhm,
century were driven by political Zionism. And because what
mhm,
you're referring to is what was called the Parushim, which is referencing the Pharisees.
Yep.
And this group, the Parushim, it was a secret Zionist society that included the first, I think he's the first Jewish Supreme
Supreme
Court
Court Justice.
Justice, is
Yeah.
Louis Brandeis,
Yeah.
and then also his sort of protege and lieutenant Felix Frankfurter, and then there's a character Untermeyer, who seems to be the connective tissue in
Yep.
terms of how Woodrow Wilson was very likely blackmailed based on hanging information over his head from an affair while he was at Princeton with a colleague's wife, I think. And there is this whole crossover back to the British and the Balfour Declaration, which was the original British granting to the Zionists of their own place there. Now, the Balfour Declaration included in it that there had to be basically full rights given to the pre-existing Palestinian indigenous people that were there. That also was included in the Balfour Declaration. But the rumors are that they're in a trade for that Balfour Declaration of the British granting the Zionists the rights from the British Empire to set up this project ultimately there that became Israel, that the Zionists promised that they would use their power networks in the United States to help bring the United States into the war on the side of the British. So we're talking about World War I history. Woodrow Wilson comes in as a, no nation building kind of guy. If we're talking about the George W. Bush pre 9/11 public communications, and then ultimately throws the United States into World War I. But I believe Untermeyer was also involved in the creation of what is seen as the solidification of the Zionist theology for modern day Christian Zionism in terms of the Schofield Bible. So once again, you see the political Zionist side and the religious Zionist side. They work together in many ways, and those things evolve together, devolve together. And of course, if you think about a long-term power base from then to now that backs the current Zionist project in terms of the Israeli state, the Christian Zionists in the United States are a crucial power base for them, especially through the Republican Party and all of that. And so this history of Brandeis and the Parushim has been covered up, it looks like, for a long, long time. And so it's very interesting that you're telling us that there was a film basically in the 50s that really seemed to suggest at least some of this history. Yeah.
Jeremy, Schofield's Kansas City background. He was a lawyer in Kansas City.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that is very interesting. Right? Because go for it, Greg. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Regarding Untermeyer, he later was he was credited. He was the public face of the initial boycotts against Hitler in Germany in 1933. So.
Good tidbit there, Greg.
Go
ahead.
One more thing we found out, Jeremy. We were just talking among ourselves, and we found Untermeyer family. His father had was in the affiliated with the Confederacy during the American Civil War, as was the family of Bernard Baruch, who was actually, his family was from South Carolina. I think Untermeyer family was Virginia.
And
I didn't know there was a tie between Untermeyer and Bernard Baruch. I did not know that.
I'm not sure about a direct tie between them, but as far as there's Confederate.
But even the fact that they're contemporaries basically and were in the same orbits.
Untermeyer's father was a lieutenant in the Confederate Army, and that's right on his Wikipedia page. Born in Lynchburg, Virginia, and his parents came from Germany.
Because it's kind of interesting. Ali was on last night. Ali and Sebs, and Ali brought up about talking about the different waves of the Jewish migration into America, and I was like, I just got to go back to that little reminder about that. There was earlier waves that came in the 1800s there were waves that came in even earlier, and that the Sephardics that came in, you know, even as far as some people would say Christopher Columbus um, was some people say Christopher Columbus was a Marrano, but even if he wasn't, he definitely did have Sephardic Jews part of his crew,
Yeah,
and
that is
so
interesting. Like my
mhm,
family, Ashkenazi mainly, although we're starting to maybe uncover that even the Mexican quarter of my ethnic background, that half of that might have been
Sephardic.
Basque Sephardic Jews
Hmm.
who came to Mexico. And so it is interesting that there was this, and of our Ashkenazi family, I think came in the mid late 1800s to the United States, and but there was this previous bigger, I mean, it wasn't massive, but it was this very major power block of Sephardic Jews, especially in terms of early questions of like slaver power, slave trading power. That's where a
Hmm.
lot of these connections to the Confederacy come
Yep.
from. And then also early banking power seems to actually tie a lot into some of the Sephardic Jewish networks earlier on.
Well, it's kind of funny that you brought that up because that kind of ties two things together. Which like the part about Woodrow Wilson, I kind of ran across that through I guess I don't know if it would be a speech or a lecture from Benjamin Friedman.
Oh,
And so I start digging from there to try to confirm some of the stuff he was saying. But when you bring in the slave tribes, you have the slave part. You had um, part of the a good part of the Dutch East Indian Trading Company that a lot of the top leaders were Jewish within that, and some of the slavery that goes down into, and I believe that was Professor Martin had in his book out of the Caribbean, but that led to a lot of the insurance and different banking companies, and then even into a kind of interesting mystery. Um, Three of the opponents of the formation of the Federal Reserve, two of them died on the Titanic, and one died
mm,
on the Lusitania.
wow. Wait,
So
two died on the Lusitania?
two died on the Titanic.
Oh, and one died on the Lusitania.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man.
And so I was like, So three people who are opposing this happen to die on these ships. And then all of a sudden, boom, it gets passed through. And this is at the same time, roughly, with Brandis being on the courts.
Very interesting. See, right,
That
Woodrow.
whole
Oh, go for it, Greg. Sorry.
oh wait, no, you were gonna make a point about Woodrow. Go ahead.
Hmm.
Okay, this period is crucial. I would just first of all point out that what you're talking about the Titanic, I think is highly suggestive of what I've become almost positive of, and that basically, if people are doing politics and not understanding deep politics, then they're missing the entire substructure thread of how history is actually written in a public fashion, and that almost every major sort of politically resonant event has some kind of deep political subterfuge to it that is usually covered up or obscured in some way. But on Woodrow Wilson specifically, that we're talking about, right, the Federal Reserve Act you're talking about, right? We're talking Woodrow Wilson. We're talking about
Hmm.
World War I. I believe we're also talking about the beginning of the income tax,
Yeah.
which then
Yep.
plays into, I would say, there's this whole major shadow element in a domestic way behind the what was brought in under Woodrow Wilson and the progressive era. That's where we actually see the rise of, like, for example, here in Lawrence, Kansas, we don't have an actual city council. We have a city commission, and we have a symbolic mayor, and then we have a series of city managers that come in to govern, basically sort of actually executively manage the city over a series, they keep coming into town. It's almost like traveling city managers. And
That's
that
wild.
whole concept came in under Woodrow Wilson. And remember, Woodrow Wilson is also the guy who brought in what's the name of the Ku Klux Klan movie?
Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation brought it into the White House, and it was the Ku Klux Klan that led the way on pushing for the managerial system of city government up in Maine, actually. And then they got Woodrow Wilson to back it as some kind of progressive, technocratic, meritocratic approach to quote unquote democracy. And I would just say, every time I hear manage or manager, I think slave systems actually, and so that I think is the this sort of deeper subterfuge behind the domestic aspect of what's going on with Woodrow Wilson's progressive era too.
It's almost seemed like there was so much stuff that was trying to get through at that moment, while Woodrow Wilson was in, that fundamentally changed things. Um, oh, Greg, I know you had a point, so I don't want us to get too far away from it.
Oh no, no, that's fine. That's you're right, and it was the some of the. I was just gonna go there about all the things that were going on in that time period. The Anti Defamation League, the NAACP. I think
Mhm.
ACLU may have been set up in that time period too, maybe a little
Yes.
bit after, but it's in that time period. And then this is the time of the obviously the First World War and everything that came out of that, as they call it World War One. I know Sebs has a
Or the Great War.
yeah, but
All right.
Sebs I think has a much different, I think probably not incorrect view of like world wars in the way like we see them in the Western world, as opposed to like wars that do affect the rest of the world that we don't really pay attention to. But I digress. But all of this was going on, and it's interesting. The Wilson, the showing of Birth of a Nation was a major event that led to the rise in popularity of the Klan and the resurgence of the Ku Klux
Hmm.
Klan going into the 1920s. And this is that's very much in like a problem reaction solution type of thing with you've got this and it's obviously very fascinating in that you've got the progressive era and Wilson, and it's interesting. Wilson, there's a controversy over him at Princeton as far as like it's interesting because like the way it's seen is like he was kind of viewed as like this hero of like the progressive era and of internationalism and all this, but then there's this background with his obviously with racial views he was obviously sympathetic
Hmm.
through showing Birth of a Nation. So then it becomes like this conflict about who he actually was and all of this. But it's really interesting that a big part of I think our current modern day political paradigm is things like the Federal Reserve and the income tax, and then it becomes like, are we going to have this? And I know this is a little bit of a divergence from where we're talking about, but are we going to have this system, or are we going to do what like what I was really attracted to once upon a time, which was just like the Ron Paul libertarianism of get rid of the Fed and let the markets dictate everything. So it's like we've got this between like what we have now and then like ultimately something that to me the more I look at it, its root is probably is going to end up actually being worse than that possibly. So it's very interesting that we have these things in
Hmm.
place. But I mean, anyway, regardless, this is a very crucial time, and a lot of things happened that shaped our history. This is I don't know, I don't want to throw out importance of decades, but the second decade of the 20th century had to be among the most important because of so many things
Definitely.
going on there.
Is it the case
Yeah.
that the income tax was introduced in a with a progressive quote unquote aura, that it was
Hmm.
1% tax on the top 1%, basically a wealth tax or something
Yeah.
like that, and then it seems then to sort of balloon out, where then the top 1% can mainly avoid a lot of taxes, or at least the top 0.1% can avoid a lot of taxes, and then it's sort of the this wider upper middle class that carries a lot of, at least proportionally, the tax burden. So it's sort of like a progressive false flag, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that until they kind of were forced to have to change from that after the days of Hoover and the Hoovervilles, and then that's when it went to the higher taxation. Even though that was selective on who was being on, because granted, this part right here it's kind of ties to Zionism, but not so much as I guess this would be more on the Christian Zionism part, like John D. Rockefeller, where Rockefeller had so much input on the educational system, and that was tied in through his partnerships through different Zionist leaders. So I mean, it's not like he was being dictated to, but it was more of a partnership, and that's the reason why, like, I try to explain to people about, like, some people will call it the Illuminati, some people will call it the Cabal. I like to call it Hydra because it is a big giant beast of a system with many different arms that are reaching into a bunch of different pies. I want to throw a shout out to my co-hosts out there. I see Cy Lawson out in the building. And while we were talking about those wars, I wanted to throw in something interesting because he put the British double crossed Arabs. And a lot of people don't know about how the British even got possession of Palestine in the first place for it to become later on. Cat 83 says, "Don't the Rothschilds claim to created Israel?" I mean, that's a I get what you're trying to say, but not quite created it. It was gifted to them by Lord Balfour, and so.
And they were also, I believe, they were the crucial early like land, uh, um, holders of
Yeah.
Israel, right? So
Well,
they were
yeah.
like the crucial early like landers of Israel.
Well, they were the bigger financial backing in the early days, especially to Zionism, because all of the early Zionists weren't, enormously wealthy or anything like that. It was a mixture of just some thought leaders here, some people who had their hands in kind of political elements and were kind of movers and shakers of that time, and then you had a couple of money men who were involved. And it's kind of like now, if you and I had a business proposal and we've already shopped this out, all three of us, we've already worked this out, and now we need to go to, or I'll just say me and Jeremy, and we got to go to Greg, and Greg is the money backer, and we got to convince him. And Greg says, you know what? I like what Marcus and Jeremy are doing. I'm going to back this. It's kind of what happened with, say, a Rothschild in a sense. They weren't any kind of thought leaders in it, but they were willing to back the project and get other wealthy early Zionists to back it, to fund
They
it.
were like given the business plan, they were given the slide deck, and we're like, this is a project we can put our money behind. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of I love to go into this history. One thing which I feel like in history, in schools we don't even touch, the part of World War One that has to do with the Middle East and Africa. That's like very rarely even touched upon, and the Ottoman Turks because this popped into mind. I was rewatching Abby Martin's interview where she's going around and she's talking to Zionists on the streets. I'm pretty sure you've seen it. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty viral. Everybody's seen it. And one of the young guys in there, and he's talking about it's kind of poetic that we're kicking them off the land when they kicked our great grandfathers off the land. And I'm like, that's not historically true. The 70 AD is what expelled a lot of the Jews out of the land. And then you had 135 AD, the Second Jewish War, or the Bar Kokhba revolts. It pushed another major chunk out of the land. And then you did have some kind of remnants who were there, mixed with different Arabs and groups of people. And the Ottoman Turks came in to the land. And so it wasn't necessarily, they didn't. Now, did they force a lot of people to convert to Islam? Yes. But did they force out of the land? No. It was the Ottoman Turks who were forcing anybody out of the land. And then it's kind of ironic that the British come and say, hey, why don't you guys get involved with us? We'll help you kick the Ottomans out of the land and you guys can rule over your territories, just to kind of screw them over and then take the land and give it to the Rothschilds.
Dang.
I don't know. I decided it's just interesting because that part of the history is kind of glossed over. Like,
yeah, I barely know much of that history.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I've studied a lot of it because some of those arguments when they have about ancient Egypt and what the ancient Egyptians look like, and I will say that ancient Egypt would have been a place. It would have been like a superpower. Every superpower nation is going to have a mix of different people from all over the place because it's the major center of commerce and everything in business. But the people who would have been majority of the leaders, especially going back, being, of course, that they're descendants of Ham or Ham, they would definitely have been African. So when does this change happen? Well, first change would have been when you started seeing the Greeks come in, and the Greeks came in around, what is it, like 300, well, not, was it 300 BC? Yeah, maybe 300 BC when they first start coming in with Alexander and ruling for literal centuries. And then you had the Romans come in and then rule for centuries. Then the Ottoman Turks come in and rule for centuries. And all of the mixture that would happen over that time started to change the phenotype. I mean, you take an area and you bring in people who are from other places, and that all mix into that area for a millennia, it's going to change the phenotype of the people.
Mm. When was the library burned
Library
down?
of Alexandria.
Yeah.
Um,
And was that political?
Oh, without a doubt, that was
Uh,
political. Plus, it also goes back to just how oh, Greg, do you want to say something?
Oh, that happens with libraries. I mean, think about the Aztecs and their records that were destroyed. I believe it was the Aztec, Mayan Aztec records were destroyed by the Spanish. So that happens. And I'm sure there's more cases of it.
Oh, we lost him.
Yeah.
I think I know where he was going. I'll try to add on to it.
Okay.
Typically, what you saw when it came to many of the European colonizers, or I wouldn't even just say European colonizers, because this happened with, if you go into, say, the Babylonians, it happened with the Assyrians, this happened, with the Medo-Persians, this happened, typically when whenever somebody, this would happen with even like the Vikings, for instance, whenever they would go into another culture, they would basically destroy everything that's in there, all their idols or their gods, and take anything that was what was considered of a mutual value to most places. If it had like gold or silver or spices or things like that. Okay, there he's back. Any of those things they would take that were silk, different types of metals, all that stuff. They would take cattle, horses, things like that. Because a lot of times there wasn't that crossover of understanding the languages. So a lot of times you were destroying stuff that you had no clue the value of what you were even destroying. I mean, just like even in West Africa, what you have with Timbuktu, which was said to be one of the greatest libraries ever, that was completely obliterated.
Oh, I feel like there's a book recently written about the librarians of Timbuktu.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a big hit amongst the library set in the United States, I've heard. Yeah.
Well, because it was so far away, and you had people who traveled across from West Africa to East Africa, and East Africa right into the Mediterranean, and that puts you at the cusp of Europe, Asia, and Africa. You're able to interact with people of different cultures and histories, and able to absorb all that information, and then take it far away from a lot of the warring that was going on, and it was able to be preserved a lot longer. So some of those libraries like Alexandria that was destroyed, or Media that was destroyed, some of that stuff was able to live on, getting out of the region.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's interesting because what comes into my mind is whether there was symbolic resonance around one of the biggest attempted early false flag events of terrorism that the Israelis tried to do. I believe it was the year before the CIA's overthrow of Iran. I think it was 52. And it was ultimately called the Lavon Affair. And but it was actually called it was Operation Susanna, and the attempt was to use Zionist agents in Egypt under cloak of being Arab, I think, and then try. I think they were going to firebomb British and American uh, government libraries, actually.
Yes, I did hear about that. I did hear about that, and that was thwarted. And I was just listening to something on that not that long ago.
The date was some. You have the details right, Jeremy. It was summer of 1954.
Oh, 50, it was
Mm,
54. So actually, it's the same year then as the overthrow of Arbenz in Guatemala. I believe
mm.
that's that
Edward
year.
Bernays and the United Fruit Company, and there's a lot of history with the United Fruit Company that is worth going into, and it's
That,
remnants of what came out of it.
that's a great point, actually, because this is the also the Zionist network. Samuel
Mhm.
Zemurray, actually, who the Banana Man, we Banana Republic. A lot of this
Yep.
comes back to that background there, and it really does look. If you go read the history, it looks like the CIA was contracted via the Samuel Zemurray Banana empire network to overthrow governments, actually. So, and that element is a core part of what becomes the later part of the 1900s power of Zionism in DC, really. Like Fisher, what's his name, Greg?
Max Fisher.
Max
He
Fisher.
was the previous generation. He was the GOP kingmaker of the 70s, 80s time period, I believe. One of the previous GOP kingmakers, Max Fisher, big in Michigan.
And also the blacks, like there's a lot of stories that have come out in the recent years about Leon Black, Apollo Global, and the relationship with the Epstein network, Epstein Maxwell network. His father, Eli Black, I believe, tied into that whole Banana Empire network, and that's Samuel Zemurray. So even some of the things that we know about like CIA overthrows, there is this strong, uh, corporatist, obviously, but also a Zionist element that's involved in the background of that, like Arbenz and everything like that.
Very interesting. Eli Black died at age 53, and he fell to his death from the 44th floor of the Pan American Building in Manhattan after United Brands, which ended up merging with United Fruit Company. His company, previous company, merged with United Fruit Company and had um, reported $40 million in losses for 1974. He ends up falling out of the 44th floor of a building in Manhattan in 1975, and that's Leon Black's father, Eli Black.
Mm. That's very interesting with some of like the research I've looked into masonry with how big like Kabbalah and numerology is. And I don't know, it's just a little interesting. I mean, I'm not a numbers guy. I mean,
No, but
so
it's a
it's hard
crucial
for me to follow
indicator.
it, but it makes a lot of sense for people who do understand it. They're able to like see it as well as probably I do with recalling all these different historical events and tying them together.
By the way, that the to sort of tie now to then in terms of the arc of modern political Zionism, we could talk about this recent, the recent big push of the 40 beheaded babies that was
Oh
really
yeah,
being pushed as really war incitement. The way it was being pushed, putting aside the question of the truth aspect of it, which is very suspicious. The way it was all introduced, it's coming directly out of Netanyahu's office, but it appears our friend Tom El Oso has indicated that it was on the 33rd anniversary of the
mm,
propaganda of Nurse Naima of the Gulf War. Hill Knowlton attempted false flag of the babies in incubators being stabbed and thrown out and
yep.
all of that. So those kinds of, there are these indicators here that tie in some of this overt history that we could talk about as Zionism or the modern state of Israel with something that might be more tied into secret societies and aspects of
Oh yeah.
masonry. And so, for example, the background of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, all right, we were talking about it, this 1913
Hmm.
scenario coming in. Their godfather organization is the B'nai B'rith, and the B'nai B'rith is a Judeo-Masonic organization, a Judeo-Masonic lodge, I think formed in 1843 in New York City. It's Scottish. It's
Scottish rights.
Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and this whole network that we were talking about before that are tied into the Confederacy and slavery and even in some cases Confederate intelligence, such as um, uh, Judah Benjamin,
Judah Benjamin. Yeah.
and then even the guy who then was the head of the B'nai B'rith, Simon Wolf, who's really working a real wide mix. He's a go-between with Russia and the United States. There appears to be a network that is very tied to not only Confederate intelligence, but also the B'nai B'rith, focused in the South, that looks like they were involved in the assassination of Lincoln, actually.
Yeah.
Like Simon Wolf, I think, meets with I forget all these three worded alleged assassins. John Wilkes Booth, right? In this case, it looks like maybe he probably did it, but Simon Wolf met with him on the day of the assassination, I believe, of Lincoln. And so there is this, B'nai B'rith shows this Judeo-Masonic background that is tied into the entire history, I think, of what then emerges as a Zionist power. And then one more sort of, we were thinking, suspend this between 1843 and the birth of the Judeo-Masonic B'nai B'rith, and then this recent 40, that 40 days, that kind of thing that we just saw as a further incitement to an attempted Gaza genocide. Then right in sort of suspended in the latter half of the middle there, you have 11/22, 1963, the taking out of the king ritual. And who is the one who films it? Abraham Zapruder, operating out of the Dow Tex building, where there are uranium interests in the
I
core
did
of
not know his name was Abraham. Wow.
Abraham Zapruder, and it's in his daughter's book. I got it from the Lawrence Public Library. In his daughter's book, she says he was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. And this is where we get the whole, the visuality of the whole ritual that happened in Dallas on 11/22/1963.
In which I mean that's a lot to get into, and so I'm probably have you back for that one because people need to look. There's a lot to go back and look at on that. I mean, we got like multiple Lee Harvey Oswalds. We got people supposedly in like weird chicken suits, and then there's a lot going on. Okay, there's just a lot going on, and then when you look back at it, you see a lot of symbolic, like symbolic. Well, I'm trying to think of what's the best way to phrase it. Ultra orthodox, like Jewish regalia and stuff around the scene. It's weird, and I never understood it until I had somebody talking about it not that long ago and started tying the ties. It's very interesting.
And I know we won't go too deep into JFK, it sounds like right now, but I just want to point out there, I just have run across a very interesting write-up.
Or if you want to, we can touch a little deeper on JFK.
Well, let's at least talk on the Zionist elements of JFK, because it's crucial, because it does, if ever, it's de facto, it's now starting to be openly focused on that the film that we look at as giving us the modern conspiracy theory, let's say, of the Kennedy assassination is Oliver Stone's JFK.
Yeah.
And the executive producer of that film was a man named Arnon Milchan, who is not only a billionaire and one of the major producers in Hollywood, but he is a now notoriously known high-level Israeli military intelligence agent focused out of a bureau that was called LACOM, which is the Bureau of Scientific Liaison or Relations or something like that, that was formed in the early days of Israel by people like Shimon Peres, who became
Mm-hmm.
not only a prime minister, but also is really recognized as the godfather, like the logistics godfather of the Israeli nuclear program. And Shimon Peres tasked and basically brought Arnon Milchan into this very nuclear centric aspect of LACOM and technical intelligence. And so Milchan was on the move in the United States. Actually, his network was caught trafficking nuclear parts of nuclear triggers, krytrons. But it's also now come out very clearly in James Bamford's recent book, Spy Fail, that Milchan, at the very same time as he was this crucial Israeli military intelligence agent, he was also working directly on behalf of apartheid South African intelligence as their main man for global propaganda. And I imagine he was also serving as a global propagandist for the Israeli state. Obviously, he's in Hollywood. He's producing all these films, including JFK. So just that single fact that we know on the surface makes you wonder why an Israeli military intelligence, nuclear-focused, global agent like Arnon Milchan is financing the film about the Kennedy conspiracy. And then you start going into the actual history and forensics, and you find out that this is one of the very key things that's being covered up about John Kennedy's potential opponents or foes or people who might have a motive to want him dead. And it's that he began butting direct heads with David Ben-Gurion about the
Mm-hmm.
Israeli nuclear program.
Yep.
And it looks like Kennedy had a foreign policy vision of a nuclear-free Middle East. And it
Mm-hmm.
did not mean that he was actually anti-Israel. He actually said,
Yeah.
he'd confirmed, the U.S. security umbrella to Israel, over the long term. But he was against this because he thought that it would destabilize the region and basically cause a nuclear arms race that ultimately would not only destabilize security in the region, but would actually blow back on Israel ultimately too, and definitely on the world. And so now we have, this fast talking guy Shapiro, basically openly, it looks like on behalf of this current Prime Minister Netanyahu, threatening the U.S. government on like X videos with nuclear extortion in the middle of a situation where not only is there a question of how one of the most powerful internal security garrison warfare state could have allowed 1,300 of their citizens to be murdered with no layer of the security set being activated. But then the use of that by the prime minister to then try to attempt at the very least, an ethnic cleansing operation against Gaza, driving Palestinians south and trying to drive them into the Sinai. Again, biblical stuff going on here
Yeah.
to some extent. So this nuclear component is very, very crucial to the story of Israel and of these Zionist networks. And so the understanding that at the very least motive in relationship to the Kennedy assassination is important. And of course, there's much, much more that goes deep
Oh yeah.
into like deep politics where we have organized crime. People talk about Jack Ruby. His name is Jacob Rubenstein. He's not just some random guy who got angry and went and shot Lee Harvey Oswald. No, he was tied into Meyer Lansky, the crucial, a dawn of the Jewish mob in the United States. He was tied into his West Coast lieutenants operation, Mickey Cohen, Meyer Cohen, which then also relates then ultimately to the assassination of Kennedy's brother, Robert, the father of RFK Jr.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Here, I'll give it to you real quick, Greg. that Meyer Lansky, that tie in with the whole syndicate and Lucky Luciano, and tied to the West Coast with Mickey Cohen, and that whole the whole weapons program in Israel was a big part of why JFK was assassinated. Well, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I find it interesting that this, I think, is based on something Jeremy and I have been looking at, and we need to get more forensics on this. Like so many other things, there's a need for more forensics, but at the very least, we've theorized, hypothesized among ourselves, and I think we've discussed it on air on our program, that within a year of the Kennedy assassination, you have Nikita Khrushchev basically being overthrown in the Soviet Union, basically what I think ultimately probably amounted to some type of coup against Nikita Khrushchev. And so, I mean, that raises more questions about like what kind of a world would we have had coming out of like a Kennedy presidency had it lasted. And I mean, Zionism's kind of like, you might always call it like the third rail, so to speak, that area you don't quite go to in terms of like the acceptable conspiracy culture when it comes to the Kennedy assassination and all this and of these types of events. But even outside of that, like there was this potential for like a lot of things could have been different. But Kennedy and Khrushchev are both removed, and the Cold War basically continues on with like this Kissinger dictated, quote unquote detente and everything that comes out of that. So could have been much different coming out. I don't know all of the ramifications potentially, but I think a case could certainly be made with both of with some of the moves that appeared were being made by the Kennedy administration, both with, and this is not to lionize Kennedy either, because these historical figures are very nuanced. But based on other things that are going on as well of some very different potential moves, and then both of these men who were in their positions were removed, and I don't, it's a good question to what could have came out of that. But I always find that interesting that Khrushchev was effectively removed from power within a year of that. And then an event I don't know as much about as well. The British government was taken down in 1963 through our friend John Brisson's talked a lot about it, the Profumo affair with the scandal in the UK. So that's three big governments being effectively removed, one through assassination, one through political scandal, and one through some type of removal in the Soviet Union that really makes you wonder what could have happened coming out of those, particularly Kennedy and Khrushchev. And then this third angle that I'm not as I don't have as much to say about, but the fact that both the American and Soviet leaders were effectively removed from power within a year from each other, I think is very significant. And I think the Khrushchev thing gets overlooked at probably because it wasn't an assassination. It was much different than the Kennedy situation, but I think that's one that's probably significant.
It's definitely significant, and I think a lot of people. I don't know if I'll say. I think that this is often glazed over. Some of that connection back to when Russia first got on the wrong side of the West. When they first, when people started first making Russia being the ultimate enemy, I would say that first started with the Civil War. A lot of people, I don't know how many people know this or if it's taught in high schools or not, but the Russian fleet that came over here and inadvertently stopped the siege that was getting supplies into the north. Some people say that it was accidental, or it was just a perfect coincidence that they showed up at that time. But when they did, they opened up that blockade. And if the Russians didn't come at that time, that would have probably caused the North to lose the Civil War. And it could have been a very different change of affairs that happened. And then shortly after that, you have the first, because kind of how I see it is there's these incremental little steps, and then there's big chunks of gains, which changes the power structures of these countries. And I would say one of the first, if you go back to during when Great Britain was involved with fighting against the French back to Napoleon, and Nathan Rothschild's big move that he made to get control of Britain's monetary supply. Well, he basically capitalized on the debt by having faster couriers and spreading information and capitalized on the markets. Well, what he actually did in
It's like high
particular,
speed trading. Yeah.
yeah, he spread a rumor that well, he had already found out that Napoleon was losing and the British were going to win the war. He got back and made an affair of them giving the information, like he's like getting, and so everybody's paying attention to what he's doing. And then he starts sell, and he's selling like crazy, and it makes the whole market start selling like crazy. And then right before the news is set to arrive and he's alerted to, okay, the couriers are coming and they're going to tell everybody that they actually won, he starts buying everything like pennies on the dollar. And that's how he took over Great Britain's debt. And so he had a very large leverage on the crown at that point because he controlled the monetary supply. And so then when it went into Parliament later on, they always kind of had to worry, well, what do the Rothschilds think? Because they could decide, major affairs if funding was going to go their way, because they had already worked in their form of a Federal Reserve into that system before they did it in the Americas. And it's like they did that in the Americas, and then there was the little chunks of each little chunks of like from there to the Woodrow Wilson to Andrew Jackson to all of these different affairs that happen. It was a little bit more power, and just like Greg was talking about with Khrushchev and tying that to JFK. And then I would even argue that succession that was going on there, you had that problem there, and then you had with the Bolsheviks and Stalin and how all of that was tied in. And somebody like Marx, who was trying to warn people of what's going on, he's demonized as a self-hating Jew. But he's trying to explain, like, yo, this is what I'm not talking about all my people. I love my people, but these people over here are doing
money
this.
Powers. Oh,
yes. Yeah, he was trying to warn people, and that's why he got all this. He's anti-Semitic against his own people, and that's some of the stuff what Ford was engaging in, and that's why he got that label. And I mean, it's a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, this history. He was trying to say it in real time and getting demonized for it. And so it's just interesting how all of those things tie up, and you can see in all of these different instances with all these different countries when it gets to Khrushchev, and then even up to like Gorbachev, how Gorbachev was basically controlled. And even Putin up into modern day wanted to really work with the West, but the West would keep screwing him over. And so I'm not, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to advocate for him and say that he's not doing a lot of messed up stuff here and there, and that there's not problems with his government, just like I think there's problems with all governments. But it started with trying to do and work with the West and being screwed over by the West.
Yeah, that was clear history that he was trying to get into the global economic system and be part of the crew, basically. And of course, the immediate aftermath of the takedown of the Soviet Union was the Harvard boys doing their raping, financial raping and pillaging. And then it seemed to have then been sort of taken over by what you might call like the remnant sort of Russian deep state, the Siloviki, the KGB remnant networks that had actually worked directly with Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, in actually setting up a global financial deep state package for the post-Soviet era. And they'd been, and actually it looks like this sort of, this dawn of the Russian organized crime. Mogilevich looks like he might have been trained in financial instruments, which he's known to be a genius at, by Robert Maxwell, about how to set up front companies, how to set up financial instruments all around the world. So yeah, there is that. That is a key piece of that history of the arc of of Russia.
Yeah. And that tied in with Nintendo. I was just going to throw in that tied in with Nintendo too.
Well, let's just mention that right now, which is very interesting. This film came out, right? Tetris. that was about the history of the game Tetris, and which includes Robert Maxwell is in the fold there. And by the way, always look at the executive producers on these things. And one of the executive producers of it is a man named Len Blavatnik, who is also the producer of Hamilton the musical, when he's one of the major money backers of Hamilton the musical, and he was also a financial backer of Ken Burns' documentary PBS series Vietnam, which very much works to cover up this key moment of the early Vietnam War and the Kennedy assassination. And they totally write over the history of National Security Memorandum 263, where Kennedy is covertly signaling that he wants to sort of disengage, at the very least militarily, from Vietnam. And then in the days after his assassination, I believe Johnson then signs National Security Memorandum 273 to then amplify, and then we get the full-blown Vietnam War. And so Ken Burns' documentary, Vietnam, totally whitewashes this history, backed by this guy, Len Blavatnik, who I think did he go to school with, same school as Putin? Who did he go to? I can't remember, but he's a British American citizen, but comes out of Soviet Ukraine. And for a long time, he was backing both the Democratic and Republican parties fairly equally. But in the run up to the 2016 Trump operation, he shifts all of his money, I think $6 million, into backing mainly the Republicans. And he's a crucial player from this axis, sort of that's tied into the Siloviki network in terms of, Soviet sphere, but now focused on like the city of London down to Tel Aviv. And Blavatnik's a key player in both Israel and the UK.
I don't know if this is what you were referring to. Blavatnik was a university college classmates with Victor Vekselberg. Is that what you were thinking of?
Oh no, I'd forgotten that's who it was. That's right. And there's crucial. There's basically a troika of crucial quote unquote Russian oligarchs, all Jewish, I believe, in this case, and one is the Access Industries. That's Blavatnik's crew, and he actually came in to buy up some of the Hollywood assets, I think, that were then abandoned by Steve Mnuchin, I think, when he came into the Trump administration. Then you have the Alpha Bank, Mikhail Friedman, I can't remember.
Peter Avin.
Avin, yeah. And then the final one is Victor Vekselberg. And Vekselberg is a crucial player in Israel too. And he was on the board, I think, of this Jeffrey Epstein's last big cyber hit, Carbine 911, that is designed as a replacement for all of our 911 municipal systems, to basically be, it looks like a backdoor directly to Israel with hyper geolocation and very likely communication intercept and all of that. And Vekselberg is invested alongside Jeffrey Epstein, Ehud Barak, Peter Thiel, a bunch of characters, including like direct Israeli military intelligence people there. So that troika is an important one to understand in terms of Russian sphere oligarchical influence that connects directly to Israel and in many cases to the United States is Alpha Bank, Access Industries, Blavatnik, and then Vekselberg.
Two more names, Jeremy. Michael Chertoff and Latal Lashem.
Right. Latal Lashem looks like she actually becomes some kind of partner or maybe even a handler of Blackwater's Eric Prince. She's in the audience at the Oxford Union when Mehdi Hassan actually is grilling fairly effectively Eric Prince about some serious things. And it looks like Eric Prince is very likely going to be the Bannon of the 2024 election and is producing behind the scenes the Cambridge Analytica 2.0 that is really going to be escalated.
Right. The now suspended Mehdi Hassan, along with Ali Velshi and Ayman Mayelden at MSNBC, by the way.
Although I saw that, I think that Ali Velshi was back, was saying that he was going to be back on air this
Oh,
morning.
well, that's
So
good.
that's
I'll have.
good. Yeah. One more thing on Russia,
Mhm.
because you pointed out that the Russians very likely, at least de facto, helped the Union, really, the United States stay together, really, probably in terms of the Civil War. I think that they were also involved in the War of 1812 on the side of the
Yes.
United States,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
And what's interesting about that too is that the anthrax attacks after September 11th, which are usually thought of as something separate or some sort of random clinger on, an inspired stochastic terrorist by the 9/11 attacks. But everyone now it acknowledges that the anthrax attacks were done by some kind of insider or an inside job of some sort, with the strain coming from, it looks like, U.S. Military weapons labs, and then the notes being sent to, and with the really high grade anthrax, to these crucial um, opponents in the Senate, including Patrick Leahy of the Patriot Act. But Patrick Leahy was also involved in some, I forget, some kind of legislation that involved it would begin restricting certain kinds of military aid to a set of countries that would include Israel, I think. So there's that aspect of who's being targeted by the anthrax, and the anthrax shut down the U.S. Congress for the very first time since the War of 1812, and I believe it was
Yeah.
1813 when it was like maybe on fire or something like that. So the Russians, they were, obvious, like, American allies for a strong portion of the early part of our history in this country. And then what Greg had referred to in terms of Khrushchev and Kennedy, and them both going down, at the same time, it does look like that was another moment where there was an attempt to re-engage a natural Russian-American alliance, and try to disengage on this whole quote-unquote Cold War, going back to Sebs's, theory of the case, that, that it's not only world wars that affect the world. The
Mm.
so-called Cold War was very hot, mainly for the global South, and there we can now really see aspects. It's not like, Kennedy was a peacenik per se, but it does look like that he was the first first and foremost, he apparently almost cried when he heard that Patrice Lumumba was assassinated.
Hmm.
It looks like he and Khrushchev were beginning to pursue a program, being like, okay, yes, we're engaged in some kind of civilizational conflict of some sort, but maybe we can be more like competitors or cultural nemesis, rather than at war and then exporting this war, on the heads of millions of people in the global South. And so that's where you see things like an engagement of the space race, and aspects of an industrial production and industrial exchange, that you begin to see that there was very likely some kind of quote unquote security elite deep state faction on both sides that were not interested in what these guys were doing. Obviously, on the American side, we have the whole Dr. Strangelove crew, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff crew, and from Curtis LeMay to Lemnitzer, and all these guys that were deeply engaged in, like, the Vietnam War
Hmm.
possibilities. And I don't know, like Greg was saying, like, we haven't done tons of research on the Russian side around what was actually going on around Khrushchev and all of that. But I would imagine that what we might see is that there were these deep state cells on both sides, the Russian and the American, that helped take out these leaders that they thought were like soft on the communists or soft on the capitalists or something like that.
Well, it looked from what I've been able to come across, it was more kind of like what's going on with BRICS right now, how there's a forming of Russia, China, India, and trying to form this coalition. It looks like that's what Russia or at that time the USSR was trying to do, trying to form the anti-West bloc, if you will, of other countries which had somewhat similar governing systems. So that's when it was that big, oh, we got to stop the spread of communism. That's where a lot of that fever was coming from, because it was looked at as if Russia was able to get into these different arenas, they would be able to capitalize on certain labor forces and market forces, and economically be able to edge ahead of some of the West, and change the power dynamic as far as hegemony. And I mean, I don't know it, because what you see is everywhere where Russia went, the U.S. was going right afterwards, like almost instantly. The same thing with like Afghanistan. You look into that, and then some of the stuff that they were doing in different parts of Africa. Um, Russia was going to the parts of Africa where the Western powers were already kind of more hunkered down. I mean, well, the places where they weren't. So you had the northern parts of Africa where you had the French who were pretty much heavily embedded. The British were heavily embedded. You had a couple of parts where Spain still kind of had a little bit of an influence. And then Russia was trying to go to all the rest of the places. And therein lied the problem, where the U.S. started to get involved and said, no, 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 no. You're not going to go in and come over to this side. And that's kind of like the Monroe Doctrine being extended. And so, whereas, and people like Kennedy were still pushing the Monroe Doctrine and going into all through Latin America. And that's the reason why it was so much of an issue with like the whole Cuban Missile Crisis, because they didn't like the fact of Russia being in their backyard, in a sense, trying to do business. And it goes back into the whole change of regime between Batista and Castro and Che Guevara. The Batista was completely, a puppet of the U.S. And so it ran a lot, kind of like the U.S. did. It still had, virtually like slavery was, it was virtually slavery still going on in there. It was a big, deep divide on racial grounds between more the lighter complected to white Cubanos, and the darker or say the Afro Cubanos, or the more the indigenous phenotypical, or Taino descendant. And so you had that whole dynamic that was going on. And the same thing that you were kind of having a little bit of that further and further to the south of the Monroe Doctrine, because they didn't focus as much in the early days on like Chile and Peru and Argentina. They focused more like Brazil and kind of more in that Central America area, Panama and places like that, because at that time, the resource which everybody cared more about was back in the different fruits and vegetables and sugar and things like that, and it didn't get into some of those rare earth minerals that you started finding in places like Bolivia and stuff like that till later.
That's like the technological age then comes
Yep.
in, then the rare earth minerals come in. And right, so then also you have the rubber, right? That's of that earlier era when you're dealing with rubber, firestone, oil, of course.
Oil, yeah, definitely. All of that ties in. It's just
drugs,
a matter of which era.
Always
the drugs. And all of it ties in. It's just a matter of which era. And it seemed like Russia was like, okay, well, we got to find our lick to get ahead of them. So what are we going to do? Let's try to go to this other, because Russia, believe it or not, was kind of always a little bit ahead of the West on seeing around the curve to the next thing. But the U.S. was, I don't want to just say the U.S., I'll say Great Britain, because Great Britain, honestly, before the U.S., their spies were a lot better, and they were able to infiltrate a lot more areas.
They basically helped create the U.S., the official U.S. intelligence system.
Exactly.
Basically.
And Mossad was able to farm up of taking what America did well, what the British did well, what the French did well, and also able to take in the different tactics of the Russians, because the largest population of Jewish people come out of Russia, actually. And so they're able to take professionals from all of these different areas and put that all together for knowledge and be able to test out. And so that's what, in my opinion, put Mossad a step ahead of all of these other different branches.
And
And
they
then
also, yeah. Oh, sorry.
I would say also you tie in that you have um, a cultural tie, and all shooting for this one common goal. Whereas the U.S. is not homogenous, Great Britain's not homogenous, France is, and so it's a little dicier with some of these areas, and they're not nearly as close and united as you would have in, say, Israel.
Definitely. Right. And so that becomes like one of the ways that Israel sets up this intensely effective and ability to be globally ruthless out of Israel. It partially has to do with what you're talking about the ethnic aspect, the ethnic state aspect of it, because the Mossad, which was described by this special advanced military school at Leavenworth College, that was then released in the Washington Times on uh, September 10th, 2001. They were called, Mossad was called ruthless, cunning, with the ability to target American troops and make it look like the act of Arabs or something like that. And it is the case that that is the way that they punch way above their weight class, as Netanyahu likes to talk about in cyber. He's like, we're 0.2% of the population, but we're punching 200 times above our weight class. They call us the sixth eye, but we're the second eye, and all of that kind of thing. And that
Mm-hmm.
kind of like their power in cyber was already deeply engaged in terms of human Mossad and all of that. But the Mossad actually also drew on the Nazi. The former Nazi intelligence network, I believe,
Yeah.
Reinhard Gehlen, who was also crucial to the post World War II American intelligence network in terms of in relationship to the Soviets.
No, I completely agree. I can tell I'm frozen right now. Hopefully, you can still hear me. Okay.
We can hear you. Yeah. It
Yeah,
looked
we
like
hear
your
you real well.
video froze. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, that tie in and being able to have people from all of these different groups, meaning that you have people who are able to speak many different languages and have different phenotypes, but are homogenously basically the same people. Because a lot of people think of Zionism, or they think of the state of Israel as if it is, oh, it's a religion and kind of a culture, but it's not a tied together culture. And that's not really accurate, because you can have a somebody who considers himself a moderate Jew, you can have somebody who considers himself more spiritual, you can have somebody who considers himself secular, you can have somebody who considers himself orthodox or ultra orthodox. But the fact of this shared sense of history, this shared sense of certain customs, like there's plenty of atheist Jewish people who have bar mitzvahs. Um, you don't have that kind of similarity which you'd have in other customs. I mean, a lot of times if you have, like, say, a Mexican daughter and she's not religious, she's not having a quinceañera. That's, but it all ties into the faith being a basis, at least to some degree. And that tie allows for this one singular mindset and goal, especially when applied together with, some of the history, whether it's understood in the way that it was happening, because I'm not saying that there wasn't persecutions, but also context always isn't left into all the persecutions. I mean, is it fair that, like, if I did something and I'm ruling the country and I do a lot of crappy stuff, that my people get treated crappy? No, that's not fair. But if the context of that is never leaked to the rest of the people, then it's a sense of unwarranted persecution, therefore us needing to bond together tighter. Get what I'm saying?
Yes, very much so, and that is like a key piece of the political id of Israel is the intense. Remember 9/11 and this idea of we have a heavily disputed election in 2000 and
Mm-hmm.
one of the most unpopular presidents early in his administration, George W. Bush. And then you get, the 9/11 attacks and the quote unquote support for him goes to up to 90% or something like that.
Yeah.
Now, what we're seeing in the wake of Israel's 9/11 is something that's like that, but even more intense in a certain way. I would say there's even more suspicion amongst the Israeli people about Netanyahu at a highly escalated level compared to the suspicion that the American people had around George Bush that time. And at the same time, that the intensity of this idea of any attack is an attack on the collectivity, and that activates this almost a collective Jewish hindbrain out of a massively politically divided situation is what we're really seeing in this moment, and which is why it's so dangerous, I think, where you have this Netanyahu character who is a credibly accused mastermind of global terrorism. I
Mm-hmm.
see him as at the epicenter of 9/11 and the 9/11 wars. It's overtly known how crucial he was as the key Israeli character who comes in the fall of 2002 with his deputy, Ron Dermer, who we could talk about later, in the back, smiling and smirking behind him as he like berates the U.S. Congress about how they have to show force in the Middle East and they have to take out Saddam Hussein. So everyone knows that he was a crucial monger, at least for the Iraq War. But he's even more dangerous than that. And so him being at the helm of a very suspicious set of what we like to now call, our friend Tom calls intelligence failures TM, and then I call security breakdowns Inc. Because that's what we see over and over
Mm-hmm.
again is a all levels breakdown of the kind of security systems in a garrison warfare state, in this case Israel, that should not happen. And so you have the outrage of a lot of the victims' family members of the Israelis who are Netanyahu didn't even talk to them for a while. His first sort of public video after the fact where he's announcing war to, he's like the
Yeah.
subconscious is coming out and he's smiling and he's smirking about it. It's his moment of some way. So I think this is a moment where we can understand some of the deep psychology, the deep national psychology or collective psychology that has sort of formed what we see with modern Israel in a way that you're talking about it. And the darker stuff that would include things like what we're seeing now, where it's now they're uncloaking about the fact that they are. I mean, I just clipped a guy who appears to be tied into what the current Israeli government is thinking last night in a Twitter space, basically saying that the hostages are not factoring in to their thinking at this point. And he said,
No.
God forbid, God forgive. I know this sounds horrible that I'm saying it, but they might have to then be called. And this is not, of course, we see what's happening to Palestinian babies and people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's out in the open. But this is what is supposed to be the last refuge, right? Ultimately, that's one of its like main calls to legitimacy as a state, is that it's the last bastion of a Jewish people that have a history of being persecuted or pogromed or shoad
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of thing. And so that this becomes the last bastion, and that there's this really much darker history here that was really expressed by this guy that is fully in line with what's known as the Hannibal Directive, that the Israeli military has been operating on for many years, which is that they are willing to preemptively, in some cases, take out their own soldiers if the soldier might be taken by enemy forces. But this is now being obviously translated to even civilian hostages, Jewish children in this case,
Mm-hmm.
who the quote unquote logic of the Israeli state is that these are at best collateral damage, potentially in their carpet bomb campaign against Gaza, but at worst are actually sacrifices to the interest of the security of the Jewish state. So
Yeah.
this kind of logic then comes out and explains exactly what we were first talking about when we were talking about the logics of political Zionism, that there is it's the state is set up as this God kind of entity, which to you must be willing not only apparently to sacrifice your like soldiers. Okay, soldiers, fine. That's sort of everyone.
Yeah.
They sign up to be a soldier. You're willing to kill and be killed at some level, but they're
Yeah.
willing to potentially sacrifice their Jewish children to this golden calf entity of the security of state power. And as I realized today that is totally in line with what we see from this Samson option in terms of Martin Kreveld, this Israeli military historian, basically telling the entire set of European nations that we have the not only the ability, but we have targeted all of your major capitals with nuclear weapons in case we are going down, and we need to take the whole entity down with
Mm-hmm.
us. So that obviously implies that there is a willingness to sacrifice endless humans, or maybe not endless, but hundreds of millions, including children, to this kind of entity. Now, of course, most major imperial powers or states have some kind of similar kind of logic of the state, as a god of some sort. But this is fairly
Well,
unique.
I just wanted to throw this in. Sorry to interrupt you, but I want you to keep that thought and keep going on it. But it reminds me honestly of Moloch.
Yeah,
And for
yeah,
those
yeah,
who are not
yeah.
familiar with Moloch, that's about sacrificing to Moloch, in particular, sacrificing your children to Moloch for greater things being promised from Moloch. But sorry, continue.
No, but
Uh,
isn't oh
oh yeah, and the worst, and this is ominous, like what you mentioned earlier. If this does indeed exist, like that makes that brings a very ominous tone to the potential nuclear blackmail that Ben Shapiro looked to be participating in. So I just want to throw it in there.
no, that's very true. And even if you think about like Abraham, right? The Abraham Accords, right?
Mm-hmm.
Abraham's the pooter, as we were talking about. But that was another, the golden calf and Moshe and Moses,
Yeah.
the moment of God stopping, Hashem stopping Abraham,
Yeah. From
Abraham
sacrificing
basically
Isaac.
saying, "I'm willing to sacrifice my
Mm-hmm.
child to you," and then Hashem says, "No, you don't need to do that, but you do need to cut his penis, basically, in order to seal the bond," or something in that realm. See, so there's this aspect of where there was the parts of like the Jewish tradition and then Mosaic law were attempting, I think, in certain ways to uh, push a moral evolution of some sort, of sort of beyond that's the moment of Abraham and Isaac, is basically we don't need to do human sacrifice in this way
Mm-hmm.
anymore. We are going to like put a whole bunch on animals now. We're going to like
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
mass
Yeah.
sacrifice animals in
Mm-hmm.
relationship. And then I would then say the next, if you think about Buddhism as turnings, like, the Buddhist tradition as there's these three turnings of the Buddhist wheel, where the sort of the spiritual heart of awareness, moral awareness and compassion expands from the Theravada, which is, the compassion for the self, and basically freeing the self from illusion, to the Madhyamaka, I forget what the Madhana, the second turning, basically the greater vehicle. Theravada is the lesser vehicle. Then you get to the greater vehicle. Then you get into this realm of Bodhisattva, which is where you are then see your existence in relationship to your fellow beings in terms of freedom and enlightenment and suffering. And then there's a third turning, which is then sort of seen as Tantra, which is where you then actually, the entirety of existence can be transmuted from being seen as just pain and suffering to actually being something in relationship to morality and the aesthetic. I see a similar kind of thing happening in the best aspect of the Abrahamic traditions, where you're actually seeing
Hmm.
an expansion, a more universal approach to the spiritual and moral capacity of the believers in a way. And so that is sort of, I think that this is in stark contrast with even where Abraham was originally with Hashem. When you get back to, you're basically now the reversion of the golden calf and Moloch is what we're seeing as the quote unquote logic of the modern Zionist project in the Israeli state.
Well, I kind of wanted to put this there because I don't know, my audience knows, but I haven't told you I teach the Bible. And part of one of the things which I've come across, which I thought was very interesting, is if you look into the core principles, like that are focused on in all the different religions, and I'm even talking about outside of the Abrahamic religions, like how you were talking about going into different Buddhism or Hindu or some of these different other faiths. What I've noticed is all of them take an element of things that are taught and lessons that are supposed to be taught through the Torah and the Tanakh. Um, but one may focus on one element more than the other. For instance, one may focus on the aspect of karma, and what you put out into the world is what you get back from the world, which is a biblical principle. Another one might focus on the love for your brother and your neighbor and surrounding creatures, and respecting nature and the element, just like how it talks about like some of the Levitical laws about like even what you're supposed to eat have to do with these things are meant to cleanse the ocean or to cleanse the air and to cleanse the ground, and so therefore they have a specific purpose. They're just not all food. And so all of these different faith systems, and it literally says like that the different nations were given basically almost like a deity to convey certain things to certain groups. Now, a lot of things have gotten perverted over time. That's a whole nother story. But you can see all of these elements, which I mean, I see all of these different elements, even outside of Abrahamic religions, back into biblical teachings. And because there is that process of seeing thyself and the physical aspect of yourself and the spiritual aspect of yourself, and understanding your connection to the world at large, understanding your connection to your community, to to your God, to everything, how you exist, almost like that rock being dropped in a river, that ripple. How does your effect affect all of these other things? And then some people get into like the Christ consciousness, where they focus more on the ego and things like that. And the core teachings of the Bible in its purest sense is all of these things instead of just focusing on one. And that's why I believe like it's so compelled so many other people. But since you have the secular Zionists who are in power in so many different ways, the 1% of a 1% of a 1% of a 1%, you know, who are able to manipulate so many different things and pervert so many things, and even twist people's minds and play on emotion. I mean, we're seeing it throughout the media right now, where they're showing so many like victims on the Israeli side, so you can sympathize and empathize with the Israeli cause, and let's minimize the suffering on the Palestinian side so we never focus on that. And let's come to, we just need to deal with Hamas when if you look at what's actually words versus actions, they're saying we're trying to end Hamas so they don't attack anymore. But what you're seeing is an attack on Palestine as a whole indiscriminately. You're not seeing attack towards Hamas. You're seeing attack towards everybody in Palestine, and also a seizing of the land. And it's just kind of interesting how it seems like these sacrifices, in a sense, to gain something, which you see is biblical, which you've seen has happened throughout the Bible. There and not even just I'm talking about within Israel proper. You've seen that through the Canaanites, you've seen that through the Moabites, you've seen that through Ammonites and all kind of other different biblical nationalities and nations have taken on these different belief systems. And for short-term pain, so-called short-term pain, for long-term gain. I'm going to suffer and I'm not going to have my child, but I'm going to die, and my generations later get to benefit from this land that we will have from this sacrifice. And so it's kind of dark and twisted. And for a lot of people, I try to remind about what it says in Genesis, because if you're dealing with some of the ultra orthodox, there doesn't seem like they're waiting on prophecy. It seems like they're more trying to fulfill the prophecies on their own. And there's one major prophecy which it talks about the land in particular. It says that the land will be promised from the Nile to the Euphrates. Oh, what that means is that's more than just modern. That's like, even if they took the Gaza Strip, that means it doesn't end there. That means that you have to be, that means that that's going to be even taking some of the land from Egypt. That means taking more land from Syria. That means taking more land from Lebanon. That means taking more land from Iran, and land from Saudi Arabia.
And
And
some people say that like the two lines right on the Israeli flag actually represent from the Nile to the Euphrates. And
oh wow,
my sense of it is that that it's very likely there's what you might call a lesser Israel and a greater Israel in terms of geography and geopolitically, where you're talking about that the lesser Israel, and this is what they're engaged in right now, in terms of attempting to. It looks like the real goal here was the remnant of 1948, and I'd like to talk about the original sins of the founding of Israel. But that's what it looks like that they're trying to. Oh, Greg, what?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, could you mute Greg or go for it? Okay, let me just I'll finish up here. That the lesser Israel is what they're trying to complete right now, which is the actual Judea and Samaria. That would be under cover of war. There will be, as you were talking about before, there's some of the ultra orthodox are actually trying to manufacture the Moshiach, the era of Moshiach. Just in September, it looks like they'd successfully bred the red heifer, which is
five
crucial.
of them. Five
of them, so they have backups in case. And that, of course, has to do with rebuilding the third temple, which is actually does become a crucial piece of disagreements over times around how to resolve the quote unquote Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But I think that that's where in the moment right now of under a cover of war, not only would they attempt to actually really ethnically cleanse Gaza, maybe a partial genocide, I don't know, but definitely like the good cop bad cop is, do you want genocide or you want ethnic cleansing, is basically what we're seeing now in terms of Gaza. But then under cover of a more regional conflagration, you might see, and we're already seeing sort of things obviously sort of to tick up in Jerusalem area, where they really want to make West Bank, Judea, and Samaria, and sort of complete that sort of that slice of land. But the greater Israel, I think, is actually what we're seeing in terms of the Abraham Accords. That it's a soft power versus hard power kind of scenario, or a geography versus influence kind of thing. And that's what it looks like the wars were, the clean break wars that we saw post 9/11. That in the clean break paper delivered to Netanyahu in 1996 by these like uber neoconservatives, including some Israelis like the Wormser, Meirav Wormser, David Wormser's wife. David Wormser worked in Cheney post 9/11. They were basically prescripting for Netanyahu to overthrow Iraq, and it sounded like also break it up, because you go back to the Oded Yanon plan, which is the last time we saw like the deep Israeli security states uh, regional ambitions, which call, I think that was like translated by Israel Shahak, who's a very important Israeli figure and intellectual. People should go look up his books. But he translated the Oded Yanon plan, which really called for balkanization in the region to basically make sure that there was no potential rising Arab nation or threat that could threaten them. So my sense of it is that the greater Israel is not actually meant to be that they're intend to expand the actual national borders of Israel to the Nile and the Euphrates, but that it's basically we are going to be it's an imperial doctrine of some sort, and some of it will be invisible. It'll be economic. It'll be cyber technology. It'll be all of the kinds of things that we're seeing in terms of the Abraham Accords, I think.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Judea and Samaria as Ron DeSantis, and as I learned last week watching Meet the Press on NBC, Matt Gaetz is fond of referring to the West Bank as. So that's very interesting when you think about MAGA and anti-war and all that. But on Jeremy's topic, this is very interesting. I think this is important because I think we see this play out in American foreign policy with as far as like. Is Israel going to be simply, and I mean, this goes back, of course, to, there's a problem with all of this, but is Israel going to be a strong, is Israel going to be a strong middle state in the Middle East that the United States is going to, financially be a benefactor for and use, but ultimately, strong, quote unquote, democratic, go through all that nonsense. It's not, but you know what I'm getting at. Is it going to be that, but ultimately with limits on what it's going to be like? Ultimately, is this nation going to be ultimately, is its limit what it can't? Ultimately, are there going to be basically boundaries and put in place as far as like what its ultimate ambitions and what it will ultimately do, versus I think those who just want a free want free reign to do, to just completely just take all this land that they see as theirs, that they have this unholy alliance with American, Schofield influenced evangelical Christians about, that this is God's land and it belongs to his people, and the people will be cursed if they don't get, and this is playing out. And I think there's been a long-term conflict between, hardliners in Israel and hardliners with their counterparts, their fellow travelers throughout the world, and the American government, and Western governments, and over the direction of this. And I think that both this desire, this bloodlust for Gaza and for the occupied territories, and then also I would say this bigger regional agenda, which and so many of these things would not have been possible to the level that they are now with Trump, with everything from the symbolic moves of the embassy moving to Jerusalem and Golan Heights, and the excitement and fervor that people had over the rebuilding of the Third Temple, with the election of Trump and all the talk about how the temple was going to be restored. And this was this moment of and so in general, I think that this is and there is this conflict's been at play, and the United States, as much as it's a problem, like there's been a standing down of certain ambitions of Israel as far as and I think that this is, and the Abraham Accords were going to be this major thing, and that would maybe more or less fit in the direction of empire and of the regional ambitions of Israel and all this. So I want to throw it in there. And I think right now, with a moment like this, after the events of last Saturday and the response to it and the threat of just all out war once again breaking out, that I think things have been escalated, and Jeremy and I were talking about this among ourselves. It's been escalated in terms of the right wing shift, not just within settler mentality or whatever, or the mentality of the people who came in from Eastern Europe in the end of the Cold War era, but also in terms of now having a foothold in the government of Israel, and this escalated time period, combined with the what's happened to U.S. post MAGA, with the rise of QAnon, and QAnon being fusioned in conspiracy culture, being fusioned into mainstream evangelical conservative Republican circles. And I think it really there's an increased and we have reasons both to be fearful and reasons to be somewhat hopeful that it won't break out like this. But there are reasons to think of that this could be potentially worst case scenario escalated as far as bloodshed and death toll beyond anything we've seen in any of these conflicts previously. And I think there's a lot of recipes for that for both these, whatever these secular ambitions are of whatever the elements of the Zionist project, but then also this religious fervor on both the Jewish and the evangelical sides. I think it very much it's heightened increase for things that we maybe haven't seen before in terms of potential, and we hope to God it ultimately doesn't come to that. But I do think there's increased heightened state of where things could get really, really bad, worst case scenario.
I mean, I would definitely agree with that. But also, I mean, just kind of stepping for a moment and adding kind of my personal viewpoint and my context on it. Well, for one, evangelicals, I believe they believe that they're seeing biblical prophecy. They are seeing biblical prophecy, I would agree, but I think that they don't understand biblical prophecy well enough to know what the hell they're seeing or what points they're even at. That's what I would say. And for most people within Judaism, since they don't really keep to the New Testament, and many will focus kind of more so on, I'm just going to focus on the Torah, and prophecy is not really a big focus. Just some of the Orthodox Jews who I talk to, they say that they don't really focus much on prophecy. It's more,
even though there's all these Jewish prophets.
Yeah. But they leave that part out. The Tanakh, that part of Tanakh out, and kind of just focus on more the Proverbs, the Psalms, and the Torah. And I look at it as definitely should be. I mean, even within the Torah, there's prophecy. I mean, one of my favorites that I always go to is Numbers 24 and 17. And you guys can look that up. And like I told Baba this in chat. I probably should have started off telling you guys this, that you'll probably need notes or probably have to go back and review this because it's a lot of information in here. And I had a feeling it was going to kind of go that way, which I do enjoy. You guys kind of got a little bit of an honors crash course. So hopefully you guys are able to take away some good points from this. But what I see from what I understand within prophecy is what we are seeing is an escalation up to what we will call the third woe. Now, I do know that there are some Messianic Jews who do believe in the New Testament. For those who don't believe in the New Testament, don't buy any of it. I mean, you can still get to and see some of this stuff, even if you look to books like Ezekiel, Daniel, Jeremiah, Isaiah. So there are plenty of books that refer to a Messiah, and just what I've talked to different Orthodox, that they kind of look at it as a two Messiah thing, where one Messiah will come, live, die, and then a second Messiah will come, and that'll be like the conqueror and the ruler Messiah. Which, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Just kind of stick with us for a moment. What I do believe is we are leading to what would be called the third woe. And even if you don't believe in the Bible, just look at geopolitics and follow what's going on. If Israel does go in and they go in heavy-handed, inevitably, some of these Western allies are not going to have the stomach to continue on backing them if they go too far. Therefore, you leave to only a handful of allies, and you have a lot of people who, at minimum, are sitting on the sidelines, to at worst, tacitly helping other aspects which might be aligned against Israel. If they are trying to pursue, and also if they take the Al-Aqsa Mosque, you definitely have ignited that you will have a hot war with Iran and Iraq, and you will pretty much inflame the whole Muslim world. That's undeniable. And the moment you do that, then you will have war with Western powers, with boots on the ground, and that's going to bring in China and Russia, and boom, you are sitting right there at World War III. So it's a real threat, and I've said here on the Political Matrix that the how close we are at looking at a third world war, I don't think a lot of people take it serious, the gravity of it. And a lot of people here stateside who are pushing hardcore for one camp or the other, or saying, yeah, Israel, go on ahead, wipe them out, do all this. Because war hasn't been on American soil, a foreign adversary has not came on to conquer and fight wars. And we haven't really seen a war on American soil since the Civil War. Americans feel comfortable thinking of war as something that's going to happen over there.
Yeah.
And being a combat veteran myself, when you see some of this stuff, it's different when it's right there in your face and you can see it. It's easy to say, go do this and go do that. Or I saw this horrendous woman earlier today, and she's applauding the bombing that's going on over in Gaza. And I'm like, to think like that, you're not taking serious what's really going on. And there's no such thing as a reaction without a reaction. There's no way that, oh, well, boom, they just kicked them out and they did this and they killed this amount of people and everything's over. That's not how things work. I mean, even if it's something whereas everything seems calm, and then there's a massive terrorist attack where a suicide bomber or something comes in and kills a bunch of people, something is coming, and you're aligning up that. And even if you don't, you can even think on a spiritual way, some kind of a karma. What you put out is what comes back. China has just recently said that Israel at this point is went past self-defense, which I said that's the reason why me and Jeremy were kind of like, this is not a war. A war is when there's fighting back. Hamas has not even been able to do anything back since basically the first day.
They've shot off some rockets.
Yeah. Shot off a couple of rockets which landed in the field or been taken out by the dome. But this is not a back and forth anymore. This is, I use the analogy, this is as if somebody punches you in the face and you punch them 2 or 3 times, then knock them to the ground and then start stomping and stomping and stomping them. At what point did the self-defense end? And now this is an assault. You're not defending yourself anymore. You're attacking this person. And Israel, I feel like, is, from what I'm hearing, plan on being there for months and still continuing the siege. If they keep the power and electricity and all that out, even if they don't take them out by bullets or bombing, you're still going to cause starvation. That's eventually going to set in. And I'm just saying, it's looking like a very, I mean, even if they just do it from just sieging and keeping them, in this state for, let's say another week, you're going to start seeing bodies dropping of starvation, guaranteed. And then possibly out of desperation, you might have Palestinians actually killing each other and going to cannibalism because of just trying to survive. And
the difficulty of the situation.
I mean, this is opening in some ugly areas, and I feel like Israel is playing a very, very dangerous game. Now, what they're doing is they're trying to be very clever with this dangerous game to see how far can we go and still keep these allies on our side and still backing, and what can we do that doesn't look that bad in the media's eyes that we can still kind of control the narrative. But if they get to a point where a mass of the media can't keep the narrative and they lose that narrative, then you risk almost taking the initial attack and making it as if it didn't even matter, because your response was so far overkill that it makes people start to feel like, well, maybe they were justified to do this to you guys because you guys show that you're pretty damn brutal. And so I mean, I look at the possibility that overall we might be moving towards a World War III. And what a lot of people might not understand about the whole evangelical Zionists, this is exactly what they want. Because in their belief system for evangelicals is, oh, when World War III comes, they're going to be raptured up and everybody else is going to be left behind to deal with the hell that's coming. And so that's where that kind of twisted thinking that comes in with Jewish Zionists and with the evangelical right Christians. And I would even say, in not such an aggressive manner, you have that with the rest of the other loose or moderate evangelicals throughout Christianity, because even into like the black churches and all these other churches, they're, well, we just have to pray for Israel and stand with them no matter what. And so though you might not agree with what they're doing or how they're doing it, you're tacitly accepting what's being done and therefore being complicit to evil.
Wow. Those are a lot of deep implications there.
I mean, that's just, my take on it.
This is really important. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'll come right back. And I want to discuss some of the original sins of Israel. If we were to think about ways that alternatives to the Armageddon.
And I figure we'll probably go. I don't want to keep you guys too much longer, so let me know how long you guys can hang. I figure maybe another 20 minutes we could do, because we can leave it open. I guess after I kind of lay out my I've laid out my premise, and let Greg hop in here while you're in the restroom, and then when you come back, you'll lay out, and then we can kind of open it up to some questions out there.
Okay, sounds good. But I would want to flesh out what you're talking about, which is real.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so this that's what I thought that's part of why this moment of, I think, this Jeremy and I don't like to use the term radicalization, because that's very much a bad jacketed term, but there's an heightened escalation with the state of I know left, I've been, it might be called on the left Christian nationalism, whatever term you want to use for it. But there's something like, it's really heightened in post-MAGA, post-Trump, with like the rise of it was the Trump campaign brought conspiracy culture mainstream. It introduced conspiracy culture to like the mainstream of politics by people like Alex Jones playing a key role in helping get Trump elected, along with Breitbart, what we call the Death Star of 2016, and all the things that were going on there, and then the rise of QAnon, which is very much like this. It's very much like this. It's like this merging of elements of evangelicalism with like all this new age stuff, and combination of things. And it brought like a multitude of different movements together that maybe at one point were seen as being on the fringes of society, or it merged like the mainstream evangelicalism, which was still very much within, quote unquote, respectable politics, as odious as it was with like all this that's going on now. And so one of the things that's going on with this attack is, you've got the usual like bloodthirsty Zionism. They got to go and do whatever they have to do. If they have to wipe out the population of Gaza, it's all Hamas's fault and all of this. And the ends justify the means ultimately, under the guise of, well, they just need to fix their problem problems and nothing would happen. But there's also this other move that's going on that is, it's don't worry so much about what happens in Israel, but these beasts, these monsters that are doing this, they're going to come over the border and kill Americans en masse if we don't control things.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that as being just as important to this in terms of like a domestic context. And so this is one of the things I monitor when I think about just the height. And this is a really bad time with the just how much things have escalated in terms of not just geopolitically in the Middle East, but in terms of domestically, in terms of the reaction to this. Like it's going to be outside of just like, and it's not to be selfish and talk about us like as Americans and all this American centric while people are literally, having bombs dropped on them going through hell on earth. But it's, there is this, it has increased, I think, ramifications here in the West as well because of, even compared to 9/11 22 years ago, things have escalated so much. And and now this threat of like all the borders is going to be infiltrated and overran with these people that are doing these horrible crimes in Israel and carrying out these mass atrocities. And it fits right back into, the Islam as the enemy, the person who doesn't look like you as the enemy. Steve Bannon and Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson are pushing this real hard. Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro's whole little spat recently was over, are you more concerned, okay, why is Ben Shapiro so concerned about Israel when and it's obviously not all religious. Like there's religious and secular elements to these arguments, but it's very much infused with like this QAnon evangelicalism that we have.
Well, I think the QAnon is more of Masonic way of
like a hybrid of things.
It's a way to confuse people. That's what I think they're doing. And with every kind of psyop, you need a level of truth in there. And so they give some truths while at the same time keeping you a little bit confused. Like I talk about the allegory of Plato's allegory of the cave, and some people thinking they're out of the cave, but really you just made it to another part of the cave.
I think that's right. And we've Jeremy and I have seen firsthand how Q has affected people we've had personal relationships with as far as just what it's done to people's psyche. And when I say like Q evangelicals, once again I go back to like, it's a merging of like, of evangelical culture as we know it with all these other elements of society. And so it makes a very wide ranging and very dangerous recipe in a moment like this. And it's those elements that are it's like a merging point for both like the kill them, the old, what we heard after, what people would say after 9/11, kill them all and let Allah sort them out mindset with like, no, the real threat is over our border. They're going to bring it here. So once again, like Jeremy and I talk about like the epicenter of what we call the terror war and the culture war. And it's bringing once again, it's like the clash of this is another step in like bringing the clash of civilizations and the global terror war to here via the global culture war, because not only is it a threat to like we have to go fight overseas to protect us and all this from terrorism, but they're bringing the fight here and we have to do it at home. Which then you think about like the possibility of like something breaking out like on the American soil that we've never like. These are the types of things that could potentially at a high some level could ultimately lead to something like that. So anyway.
And the scripting of QAnon, like the intersection of QAnon with some kind of sort of fraudulent messianic Christianity is seen in the character of Michael Flynn and what he's doing right now with Clay Clark, and they're sort of posing as evangelical revivals kind of scenarios, but it's really coded via Q and all this kind of thing. And I think you're right that there's a lot of Masonic. The whole thing, it's a puzzle, and it's always about the dates and the numbers, and all based on coding and all that. It sounds very Masonic in that way. And by the way, there's just sort of beginning to unpack the symbology of Israel's 9/11. Not like it's everybody's calling it Israel's 9/11. That's, I would suggest, is an indicator that it is Israel's 9/11.
Well, it's a good framing. I agree with it. So let's rock with it.
So do you go look at even like all right, for 9/11, we had the Twin Towers, or first of all, 9/11, 9, skip 10, go to 11, and where 10 is the in some understandings, the completion, or a
Completion, yeah.
god, like a god kind of number in a way, or at
Hmm.
least a completion. So you skip the completion. Now, people, when they were talking about the amount of lives that were lost, right? There's a multiple different ways that they're talking about it, right? They're talking about it's the most Jewish lives lost in a single day since they call it the Holocaust. By the way, that's, to me, that's a cultic framework that was overlaid on what, if you wanted to talk specifically about a Jewish death and destruction suffering experience in Europe in terms of the mid 1900s, you would talk about Shoah. So that's
Hmm.
like authentic Jewish terminology. Holocaust begins to bring in, you're talking about a sacrifice. You're talking about
Yeah.
sacrifice by
Burnt
fire specifically.
sacrifice.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what we know of many Jews, probably the day that they're talking about when the most Jews were killed, they were probably shot into pits or something like that.
Yeah.
Sure, there's some fire involved with that, but there's also earth, there's also metal and stuff like that. So the usage of that terminology, and the fact that that's now, because that was always also used in terms of the formation of the state. And so with
Hmm.
a lot of this kind of stuff, there's this, Greg and I talk about how we want to like recontextualize the nature of deep politics. And part of this is to expose the symbology and the numerology in that way, in a where it's a coded fashion, but then try to restore it into actual living, breathing history and humanity in a way, right? So that's why I believe they called it 9/11. 9/11, right? Then you're also dealing with 911. It's an emergency,
Emergency, yeah.
all that kind of thing. But if you were talking about it historically, you would talk about the attacks of September 11th, on September 11th or something like that. So there's this
Hmm.
idea of like recontextualizing or reinserting these deep events that are obviously meant as mass mind control operations. They're attacking the mass hindbrain, triggering it. We know, like, the shock doctrine, part of how you do mind control is through trauma. You shock in whatever way it is. It could be a violent shock, it could be electrical shock, but in this case, these kinds of big events, we're talking about some kind of shock that a lot of people encounter, either in on like on TV or something like that, and other than the people who are directly affected by it. So there's an aspect of this where I think that the solution over time, if we are to not get caught up in some kind of manufactured synthetic end time kind of scenario, which is, I think, the threat that's coming right now, in a similar kind of
Hmm.
way that you see the as you pointed out, the Christian Zionists sort of like use a mechanism. It's almost like a it's sort of a means ends kind of thing in terms of the way that the Christian Zionists actually think about the Jews. They're really, the Jews are basically just a means to the end times in some ways, right? They become this a sacrificial object of some sort in the Christian Zionist mind to some extent. And so that's almost karmic in a way, than the way that you're
Hmm.
talking about it too, where the Jewish Zionists have like combined this sort of sacrifice of their own. And I'd like to get into the history of some of that. That's always been part of the thing. That Zionists are always talking about dead Jews.
Yeah.
They're always talking about dead Jews, and they would never want to talk about when Zionists actually kill Jews. They never want to talk
Yeah.
about that
Now you're
aspect of it.
talking, and now you're talking about you really touching the third rail. I mean, the stuff that people don't want to go into.
And I'll just point out that one of the things that the way that they're talking about Israel's 9/11 is they're saying the most Jewish deaths in a day since I'm gonna call it what I call it, the Shoah. Okay,
Hmm.
so what they always seem to try to skip over is that the most Jewish civilian lives lost before Israel's 9/11 on a single day after the Shoah was on September 11th, actually, because I think it was 200 and something Jews were also in the World Trade Center, for example. Okay, so that was all Israel's 9/11. 9/11 was also Israel's 9/11, I suspect, at some level, and it betrayed a certain relationship of Zionists to what they see as these sort of wayward Jews soft Jews, right? They're not the iron Jews. They've grown comfortable in America, where we've been the safest of any probably country ever in our history, very likely,
Yeah.
in the modern times. So they're trying to skip over all of these things and using this rhetoric. But if we just go into the symbology of the Twin Towers, right? Everyone sort of has some sense of like the Masonic towers, and they've
Oh, the
been
Tower of Boaz and forgetting the
Joachim,
other one.
Joachim.
Somebody in the chat will remind us. Somebody said it earlier today, but I know exactly what you mean.
So those are taken down, and now there's all kinds of forensics and logistics that point right back to Israel, for example, on that. For example, one thing that we already know is our friend Tom has found on the Facebook page of one of what was known as the Celebrating Israelis, who were part of this.
Are you talking the dancing Israelis?
Yeah, they're called the Dancing Israelis, and I think that was actually set up like that as a way to. It's first of all, it's not true. Like, they were not dancing; they were celebrating, and they were actually acting like they were at a concert, like flicking bicks, sort of like sway, enjoying it. And they were there to document the event, as they said when they went on Israeli TV. They were interviewed, by the way, of one of the more critical Israeli leaders of the Netanyahu regime. Yair Lapid was the one who actually interviewed them on television, and where we get this phrase, "We were there to document the event." But I think he was in the, I think Joachim and Boaz, yes.
Yeah, Joachim. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Joachim or Joachim.
I think it's Joachim.
Joachim. So,
or actually, technically, it could be Joachim or Joaquin, because of course, the J doesn't exist, silent.
Oh yeah, Yeremiyahu. That would be
exactly,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the one of the guys' name is Yaron Shmuel, and he's been called back. I think he's been called back into the Israeli military for their offensive, and he is on Facebook showing pictures of writing. We've sort of seen this in the past, like when Israel has done their previous bombings of Gaza, where they will write messages, or you'll see
on the bombs,
but you'll also see some of the soldiers like dipping their bullets in pig's blood as like a religious affront, like to the the Muslim opponent.
And for those who don't get the significance of that, it's because pork is like unlawful food, and so through even in Judaism,
right, the commonality,
well, because Islam definitely it considers itself an extension of the prophets of the Bible. I mean, even the Quran means to recite, and it's talking about the Torah.
Muhammad saw himself as perfecting Judaism, to some extent, as like a direct, rather than having all these guys having written all these things down and sort of competing over what was said. It's one single recitation orally directly from Allah in that case,
with his remixes in there. which you have those types of things which pops up all the time with like Zoroastrianism and things like that, and certain Gnostic texts which have been found, which some have been dated to the 1930s in Europe, or in Spain, and different parts of Europe, and you have some of those, and then you have some of the stuff which I found in some research going back to older Gnostic texts which were found with the Essenes. Back coming out of like when they found like the whole cave of stuff from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and finding like the Torah, the Tanakh, finding they found like the Babylonian Talmud. They found like various different things, and it wasn't that the Essenes necessarily believed in everything. The Essenes believed in storing anything that had anything to do with any kind of religious text, because they felt it all valuable. And so different people took, because you do know, of course you would know about the Hellenistic period, where you had that influx of a different Greek mythology being mixed in with the Bible and some of those different teachings, and you had the whole thing with the Hasmonean and the Herodians and that
Have you
kind of
ever
split and all
spoke?
that.
Have you ever spoken to Adam Green before or no?
No, I haven't.
I'd
But
be
I
interested
saw an
in a
interesting work.
conversation between you two. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess I can try to reach out. Well, I don't really know how to reach out to him, but yeah, if you could reach out to him, I'd
I'd
love to
ask
talk
him.
to him.
All right, yeah, I think it'd be very interesting in terms of these biblical questions in relationship to now. I think it would be very interesting conversation between you two. And actually,
Yeah,
it's maybe some point in the future. I'd like to talk with you about more about the question of the Essenes versus the Pharisees versus with the Roman
versus the
Empire
Sadducees
in
and
the
all that.
mix. And like, yeah, I don't know much about that, but I can have a gut instinct that there's a lot there.
Well, well, here's one thing a lot of people don't know about between the Pharisees, Sadducees, and the Essenes. You had different sects even within them. And even and then people forget also they always mention the Pharisees, the Sadducees, but they also leave out the Essenes and they leave out the publicans also. The publicans
I've never even
are
heard of the publicans. Yeah.
the publicans were like tax collectors.
Oh,
So yeah, that needs to be factored in there too, and because they were part of like the money changers that are talked about, that that
turning over the
Christ
table
overturned
and
over the
stuff.
tables, and
And
they're all that's
give
all involved
unto
in there.
Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yeah, and then you had that split between you had the Israelites there and you had Herodians there, and so when it talks about those that are Israel and not all Israel, you had like everybody's being taught the same and the same belief systems, but technically Herod goes back to Esau. And so you had Esau, which was in control of of Judea. But then also we're factoring in, the people are not factoring in that the northern kingdom didn't made very small percentages came back to the land after the Assyrian captivity, but majority of them are basically not even talked about. So when you're reading pretty much majority of the Bible, even the Old Testament, or just reading a good chunk of the Tanakh, it's leaving out like 10 tribes.
Wow. I'd also like to see you speak with John Brisson, actually, from We've Read the Documents. That'd be cool too.
Yeah, well, I mean, I not only read into like my foundation that I kind of go to more is the 1611 with the 80 books, but I also spend time textual criticism and studying into what it said in the Greek, because a lot of it was, I'm trying to remember, it was a certain time period where it was considered almost like a day of mourning when the Greeks forced the Hebrews to translate the Torah or the Tanakh at that time from Hebrew into Greek, because it loses a lot of the meanings and understandings once you change it into Greek. I mean, they refined so much with it going into Aramaic and different things like that. But as it started changing from the languages, certain meanings kind of get a little bit lost here and there. And even just the translation from English to Greek, it loses a lot of context.
Like Dominion. I've heard that Dominion is a totally different concept in Aramaic.
Well, God, just for instance,
which
the
would
whole
change
concept
the whole,
of
like we have this whole Dominion. The Dominionists are one of the most major apocalyptic cult threats that were in the U.S. Air Force and in some of these Pentagon circles and stuff.
Well, you think about God. God is Germanic. God how it's looked at, it's more focused through that European lens, which God would be like this all-powerful deity. That's how it's looked at through Germanic, and how it would be looked at through like Greeks and Romans and stuff like that. But if you go back to what that would be in the Hebrew, it would go back to Elohim, Elohim, God's a power. And so a power can be the most high God, the Father. It can be the Son, I mean, for the people who do believe in the Son as a Messiah and stuff like that, it could mean the angels, whether that's right hand angels, which are angelic, or demons, or that could mean kings. I mean, the whole term of God is very, very vague, actually, versus the Christian understanding of it having basically one meaning. And so when they say, oh, well, when that part when he says, put no God before me, it's because there's other gods. And so it's about understanding what is being referred to as far as that God. I mean, there's parts where it says the world, where and you go into the Greek, there's 3 different words for world. There's 2 different words for God. I mean, theos and theon. I mean, you have oikomene for as far as for world. You have oikomene, aeon, cosmos. And so, which word is being used at which point? And so, it really takes a different understanding when you understand these different key words that are being mistranslated, or not necessarily even being mistranslated, but if you're thinking from an English frame point, you're thinking it means this, but it actually means something else necessarily. Like there's points where it says world, where it's saying the end of a world, it's saying the end of a time period, not the end of the whole actual, world.
Which is actually interesting, the way that like the sort of global Zionist propaganda that was put on, for example, Ahmadinejad in Iran,
Mm-hmm.
about how he said he was going to wipe Israel off the map, right? That was
Yeah.
so that kind of that was the way that it was pushed in the media intensely, intensely, intensely. Even I think even as we saw, Greg, right, when David Duke went on CNN with AIPAC former official Wolf
Yes, he
Blitzer,
was
that was
at
brought
the
on. Yeah.
yeah, that was he was at the Iranian conference on the Holocaust, which I think ultimately morphed into the precursor for the New
New
Horizon
Horizon.
conference at the
Yeah.
time, which was this conference, the International Conference on the Holocaust. I think led to the Hollywoodism conferences, which led to that. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was Duke and Blitzer. That was quite a 7-minute interaction.
And
Mm-hmm.
they brought up, I think Blitzer brought up this whole thing of, but Ahmadinejad had said he wants to wipe Israel off the map, which sounds like genocidal, right? It does sound
Yeah.
genocidal. But when you actually, I've read that when you actually, translate the Farsi properly, it's that the regime will be washed from the pages of time or something like that. So
Mm-hmm.
there's even just a basic distranslation, I would say, between even time and space in a way. And because what he's really describing in that case, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to sort of, give the fair translation for what he said.
No,
I'm
no,
not talking, I'm
no.
not talking about the politics, but the fair translation for what he's saying is he's talking about the end of apartheid or some, if the end
No,
of apartheid in South
you're
Africa, no one's saying that South Africa will be wiped off the map.
Well, but that reminds me honestly of Psalms 83. In Psalms 83, the way it is from the Hebrew and then translated into the Greek doesn't give it a good translation. But the translation into the English actually is better than the Greek translation. And basically what it says is they will be cut off from being a nation.
Huh.
Whereas the Greek makes it that they will be cut off
Mm.
completely of being, almost like extincting them.
See, this is wild. So this all of this whole deep background that you are aware of in terms of the real depth and complexity of
Mm-hmm.
religious texts makes
Yeah.
me think that the one of the answers to the obvious escalation of our deep political problems. I mean, they're not only deep, but they're based on deep politics, and what we've been talking about for a while now here is actually deep text, deep
Yes.
textuality. And because it's obvious that there's a sort of a basic bitch component that has
Mm-hmm.
become the propaganda at the level of state apparatus. And that's what we're
Yeah.
actually facing right now. For example, this guy, Yaron Shmuel, who was part
Oh
of this
gosh. Yeah.
crew that were celebrating as the World Trade Center was burning and people were burning
Mm-hmm.
up. They were celebrating, and they also indicated that they were set up before the second plane hit, and they had apparent foreknowledge of the event and all that. Yaron Shmuel is on Facebook prepping for this genocidal Gaza operation, writing things like eliminate the Amalek, eliminate
Yeah.
Amalek on the bombs, you know. And so that then translate again, we're back in the sort of biblical translation and mistranslation, misunderstanding.
And that's definitely a mistranslation, because when I heard you say that the other night, when you're on with Sebs, I was like, I didn't know that they refer to them as Amalek, because the modern day Palestinians, and for people a little bit of history to explain, and I'm going to kind of reverse walk it backwards. It's called Palestine now. The Romans, to insult to insult the Jews, they named it after their enemy. And it was Philistia, off of the Philistines. So it went from Philistines, Philistia, and that land before that, the Philistines, all that trace back to Canaanites, and it talks about the land of Canaan. So these are actual people groups we're talking about. And so when you talk about Amalek, Amalek is the great grandson or grandson of Esau or Esau. So we're talking about a lineage here. Most of the modern Palestinians, because of their migrations and moved over, they are actually descendants of Ishmael. Many of them would be Ishmaelites or descendants of Ottoman Turks, which some could argue Japheth, or you could say Elam, or because there's different mixtures and how people have moved around over time.
Abraham, the father of many nations, huh?
Exactly, but they would all still fall up under Shemitic. They will still all fall up under the line of Shem, and so they are not the original people who were there. For the Philistines, the actual Philistines, the Canaanites have been pushed out of that area completely. I would argue that easily 50% of the Mizrahi, the early Mizrahi or Egyptians, have been pushed out of that land also. And many parts of people, I mean, think about it. The land of Babylon, it goes back to like Nimrod. Nimrod descends from Cush. The modern day Cushites are Ethiopians. So what that tells you is Iraq, modern day Iraq technically was a nation full of black people. So when you understand the migrations of people over this time, it's not as neat and orderly put into a box as people like to make it. So when they're talking about Amalek, Amalek is a descendant of Esau, being Jacob's brother. Jacob's older brother was Esau. He was born right before him. He's grabbing on his heel as they're coming out of the womb. He has the blessing. He sells his birthright. Jacob gets the blessing, and then Esau is given the blessing of the sword, and that he'll have the fatness of the earth. So it's kind of like a man in the iron mask. As one is on top, the other one will be doing bad, and vice versa. And so Esau, or Amalek, which is considered the chief house of Esau, has to keep Jacob down so he can stay up. And so you have this dynamic that's going on between these two groups of people. Now, to say that they are somehow Amalek,
I think
I don't understand that.
I mean, it's a code. It's basically an epithet. It's a coded epithet for the enemy. The sort of the and is there the whole thing that the Amalek is coded as magicians who represent a danger to Jacob's lineage, basically, and that they can transform into animals, which is what I picked up on when that defense minister started calling them human animals. I believe that was related to this Amalekian coding.
Well, and that's what's kind of been said about them. Some people have said yes, that they now I think that it was more meant to symbolize their behavior of being snake-like and
Oh, I see.
deceiving and thing like that. And it
Uh-huh.
got taken over time, like the telephone game, that
They
they
actually are
literally turn into
magicians who turn
lizards and
into
yeah, and like no, they're
yeah.
the ones with the lizard people eyes. And it's no,
Uh,
it's the behavior. It's kind of like, I mean, I can go into like when it talks about the serpent in the Garden of Eden. It's not talking about she's a literal talking snake, but you know that goes even deeper. But that Amalek, it's just because the um the father or Hashem said that he'll have war with Amalek from generation to generation. So if they're saying, well, of course that we're Jacob and they're our enemies, so therefore by default they're Amalek, and that's not how it works.
yeah.
And that's kind of what they're doing. They're just throwing these people into a bloodline that they don't actually fit into.
Well, yeah. So then it does seem then that there like a lot of these really deep sort of things that are coded as tribal conflicts are really
Yes.
come down in some way to like bad materialistic literalistic reading
Yeah.
of men's words basically at some level rather
Yes.
than a complexity and a deep spiritual overstanding of what is actually being said.
Yeah, I mean they've referred to the Germans or Nazis that they are Amalek. And then
Yeah.
I can show you rabbis that'll say basically all of Europe and all Christendom is Amalek. And I'm like, that's just that's not how it doesn't work like that. I mean, it's not that simple.
Yeah.
I
So yeah,
mean,
right. So even like sort of like goyim and amalek as these sort of two words that are utilized in a certain way. Goyim seems like to be utilized as a way of coding a everybody else as some kind of underclass or
mhm,
other slave class. You don't
yeah,
necessarily want to destroy them. They probably are meant to serve you ultimately over
uh-huh.
time. And Amalek is the coding for the existential enemy that needs to be quote unquote in the words being used by government officials, you know, eliminated, exterminated, actually wiped off the map, as they're saying.
Well, see,
Erase their memories is another one that
yeah.
one of the earlier Israeli veterans was using.
Well, here's something that people will get mixed up also. When they throw this around in the certain texts, Israel is referred to as Goyim also. Goyim literally just is a word for nation, but it's been turned into this derogatory term. Um,
It's just other
and
nations, right?
well, it just the
Any
term
nation. Oh,
it
I
just
see.
means nation. It
Yeah, yeah.
literally just means nation, and
So the
so
so
they've
the
taken it and
Israel
made
is
it.
a goy is the
Yeah,
nation.
Israel
Yeah,
Israel is a
the
goyim
goyim.
also.
Uh-huh.
It's a nation. And
This is
so, but
wild
they've
how
taken.
these really silly like mistranslations are then
Mhm.
encoded and passed down, and they become like the
Well, a lot of
architecture
that's
of
the
thought.
Talmud. A lot of that comes from the Talmud,
Uh-huh. See,
and
here's where I come from in a sort of religious spiritual fashion
mhm,
is, and this is why I'm interested in that history, the early history of like the Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes, and the relationship to the Roman Empire and all of that, and then the
mhm,
scriptures, and like you're talking about, there's all these Essene words that were sort of missing for a long time, definitely
mhm,
repress, suppress, where I'm always, whatever tradition it is. I'm always suspicious of anyone who tells me that there is a singular text written by a man or spoken by a man that is the single way to talk to this being that is so beyond anything that you could ever encapsulate it in a singular formula. So that's sort of like the basis of my religious approach in terms of it is a sort of critical approach where
mhm,
I'm critical anytime you have humans involved. You're always then dealing with politics and deep politics coded on top of it.
mhm.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty similar philosophy to Jeremy in that regard of like, I can only speak from my experience of being like a, you know,
going to a Pentecostal church as a kid and being like a, basically secular Protestant family, that I have respect for religious traditions, particularly Christian traditions, as far as like being a Christian American. And, but I am very wary of, and I'm not really high on people on the idea of like, your entire, every single thing that happens in the world could be explained based on what my text says. And there's way too many people who have way too many variations of answers of and experiences to just say that like everything's just contained within one volume. And I think we could probably try to develop where we take the best of various cultures and various ideas and try to do, and that's my belief on it. Like I am I have a and it's so and right now, like there's really so much of like, and it's not to sound like an attack, but I do share this wariness around like anybody says they have all the answers based on something, because you don't.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
And
I can agree. I'll just say real quick, I can agree with where you're both coming from. What I feel the problem and the misconception is, it's been the understandings, interpretations, and a lot of pride of people not willing to slow down and focus on what they're actually teaching and just throwing things out there. Because what that creates is, when you have somebody who is a conscious minded person and is a critical thinker, they're going to see holes in things. And when they question that person on those holes, if they're prideful and don't want to say, well, you know what, maybe I got that wrong, and say, no, this is what it is, or the Lord just works in mysterious ways, then that's how you create more non-believers.
Yeah, I mean, because at the same time, like, I very much appreciate what you described as your approach to the potential of the Bible, where there are all these different kinds of ethical, moral, spiritual prescriptions that are encoded in there in many different pathways in terms of teachings that would be valuable. And people tend to sort of hone in on one and then try to make that the whole thing. Because I'm also I believe in the idea of uniqueness and particularity too, and that although I do see this valuable sort of expansion, what you might call a universalization, in the what I would call the I know this may be, antithetical to each three of these traditions, but the turning of the Abrahamic wheels from Judaism to Christianity to Islam, there is a sort of a detribalizing and an expansion of access in a certain way to the teachings and the spiritual life that is being presented, where there obviously with Judaism you have this, and this is very much coded into the modern state of Israel, about where it's all about the maternal bloodline, and there's this very strong attempt to try to like actually contain the definition of, in this case, the religious tribe. And it almost tries to keep people out in many ways, and it's coded via blood. Like, even for me, example, like I get into this stuff with some of these like Chabadi rabbis, online, about, am I really a Jew? Like, and they're not even talking about, am I religiously a Jew? They're talking about like my lineage, and that, like, if you actually break it down in terms of the way that it's been coded for at least hundreds of years, if not a couple thousand years or more, in terms of the idea of Judaism lineage, it has been matrilineal, and now that makes sense.
I'll say it became matrilineal after, I want to say, probably 70 AD. But pre 70 AD, it was always paternal line. And that came out of the Talmud. And for Yonina out there, she was saying there's two Talmuds. Yes, I know you have the Jerusalem Talmud and you have the Babylonian Talmud, which, I mean, it's not very much difference in that. What that goes into is just a difference of the different sages and rabbis and their back and forth discussions and them coming to a consensus on what they believe the scripture means. But that's really what the Talmud is. It's back and forth debates between sages and stuff like that. Whereas I tend to ignore their debates and read for myself. And
Have your own debate directly with the text. Yeah.
yes,
Which,
directly with the
which is
text, and
interesting
that's what
because
you're supposed to do.
one of the most, well, I would say one of the most valuable, I would say, Jewish cultural, intellectual, but also I would say religious principles that I felt like I grew up with. And even though it wasn't, taught specifically in Hebrew school or something like that, but from my family, was the dialogical approach, which is really what the Talmud begins to. The Talmud actually represents this idea of the power of the dialogical, of describing different takes on what something may mean, but then it gets codified. It gets codified as such, being it's only really just some guys arguing about what their meaning was, and then they got it right thousands of years ago. Now we got to go with their whole thing. Whereas the principle behind Talmudic interpretation is really the thing that's more core Jewish, I would say.
Yeah,
That it has to
it's
do with
more.
the interrogation of the text, interrogation of your fellow Jew in relationship to your understanding of what it means to be a halakhic man.
Yeah, because what it tells you actually to do, it literally says that the Israelites are supposed to be a light to the nations. And you're supposed to be a light to the nations. How can you be a light to the nations if you don't show anybody what you believe and how they should try to act, and you try to keep it within yourself and your community? That's not being a light. How it talks about in the last days, after all the wars and all this stuff happens, it still talks about the nations being in their own places and them having their own sovereignty and all of that. But it talks about basically a mutual respect and understanding and a teaching of the wisdom of the way that this society handles things, and how they can be a role model for other societies versus more of a hardline rulership and a dictatorship on those nations. More as a, hey, you see, we eat these foods and look how healthy we are. And so people will replicate that because they see the wisdom in doing that. And that's what that whole light to the Gentiles is speaking about. And the whole old church song, This Little Light of Mine, and things like that. That's what it's all going into. But what happened, and it literally tells you in the Bible, put your faith in no man. But what have happened is in Jewish tradition, they have decided that this sage, Rambam, and all these different people, that they are the wise ones. And so we're going to listen to them. And even if we feel like, well, what Rambam is saying here kind of contradicts what Timothy is saying, or kind of contradicts what Micah is saying. But, Rambam is so we're going to listen to him. And that's kind of what has happened in tradition. And they've kind of codified listening to what sages and rabbis have said, and ignored what the text is saying sometimes very clearly. And it's the same thing which happened with, that's the reason why Christianity has some kind of disjointed beliefs, because they go back to the early church fathers. What did the early church fathers believe? And then you had the Protestant Reformation, where these people, well, they're rebelling against the Catholic Church. So we're going to listen to our Protestant teachers, because if you go into the early teachings in Europe, they weren't allowed to read the Bible at all. They were read the Bible. That's the reason why even in Great Britain, they still read the Bible in Latin, so that you didn't understand what was going on.
Roman language, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the reason why you have a lot of Catholics to this day probably have like the least biblical understanding, because they're not accustomed to reading it. They're just following traditions. And a lot of those traditions come from what was going on later on with the changes of the different councils once they got into Rome. But a lot of people don't even know about the, 16 or so conferences that were held in Carthage, which were held in North Africa. That was the compiling of the Bible and deciding of the canon. And that's just kind of ignored for whatever the early European church fathers thought.
So almost in a way, then I begin to intuit that let's say if there's a religious battle going on,
Oh, most definitely.
then it would make sense that there's a struggle against a rabbinical class, we might even call it in a spiritual terms, a rabbinical class, a priestly class,
Mm-hmm.
an imami class, all of
Mm-hmm.
these kinds of scenarios. And I think you're so right about like the you know the revolution, the Protestant Revolution, and how there was this basically, let's go back to the text. We say this text is so important in terms of understanding the Son of God and the relationship to God and all of that. Don't you think people should be able to read it for themselves? And
Yeah.
then you get, yeah, yeah,
But here's a twist to that though.
yeah.
Martin Luther, which a lot of them later on, the Protestant Reformation took their lead from Martin Luther, just automatically didn't believe in certain books of the Bible. So he just throw this away, throw that away, throw this away, ignore that. That's nonsense.
So he was like the Thomas Jefferson of it, basically.
Yeah, and so
With the
that's what
Jefferson.
a lot of Protestant beliefs go back to Martin Luther.
So that there's another warning for the kind of things that we need to watch out for. Not only do we need to watch out for people who tell you this is everything you need to know, but you also have to watch out for the editors, the
Yes.
editorial class, who's not only like what parts of the text, but which texts they're pulling off the bookshelf and telling you either you shouldn't read it or it doesn't exist or this kind of relationship.
It's just like even in Judaism, granted they don't believe, most Judaism does not accept the New Testament, but even like Isaiah 53, a lot of rabbis will tell their congregations to not read Isaiah 53.
And isn't it interesting that like the actual quality, I would say, of of prophetic Judaism, you might say,
Mm-hmm.
is not you need to sort of follow these texts. It partially is that, but it's really about spiritual wrath in relation. It's actually sort of Jew on Jew intellectual criticism, really, and moral
Yeah.
criticism, and being like, no, well, this is not the way we're supposed to be living in terms of our own credo and our own
Mm-hmm.
ethos. And if we continue to do this in this way, then there are going to be trials and tribulations that will be brought down upon us or just arise from our midst if we continue to act this way. That's actually
Yeah.
the prophetic Jewish tradition, is like is actually the Jewish dissident. That actually is the prophetic Jewish tradition, I would say. And rather than this web of iron set around either whether the light of nations or around the golden calf state,
Mm-hmm.
it's not that. That's not it.
No, the whole thing, if I can sum it up, what people should do is 2 Timothy 2:15 says, study to show thyself approved. And so we're all supposed to be studying and having our own unique relationship and not letting anybody dictate, you're this, well, I'm a Jew and you're not a Jew, so you don't even need to concern, or I'm a Christian and no, because it even talks about the wheats and the tares. The true nation of Israel, you're not going to be able to know who everybody is, even into the last days. That's when that'll be revealed. And he said, like, he'll swift like corn, and he'll gather every grain. He'll gather all of his chicks from all the nations they've been dispersed to, all those things like that, and bring them back into the land. And so, therefore, the Messiah is going to pick out the sheep from the goats. It's not for man to try to make these decisions. It's the only thing our job is in this is to try to read and understand and do our best to follow what we understand. Where we go astray is where it talks about those shepherds that lead the sheep astray. That's listening to wrong teachers, and they lead you off the beaten path.
Yeah, that's very good. And it's like, to me, it also feels like maybe we don't only read the literal text, we read our heart we read each other, we read the landscape, we read our condition, all of these kinds of readings.
Yeah.
I'll just say that these are the conversations that need to be had more in our society, rather than what you were talking about, which is what I was kind of getting at, which is like this, this version of things that like ultimately creates more, atheists and non-believers and skeptics, and people have a real problem with it, based on a lot of things that are based and rooted in hypocrisy and things we've been talking about here. So I will say at the very least, like I welcome these kind of discussions as opposed to like the conventional societal conversations that pass for like Christianity versus religion versus non-religion, and that just basically gets you into a couple of, I would say, cults in a lot of ways, because the people who are militantly anti-religious, that's a very dangerous cult in of itself, as Jeremy and I have been talking about, with some of the connections of the leading quote-unquote skeptics and atheist types who just make their living just thumbing their nose at how stupid these backwards people are. So I welcome conversations like this, because these can be really powerful, and I'm and being in here, like this has given me a like I'm getting a different perspective on what the conversations actually can be that have been to some extent or another ignorant on. So I appreciate this.
Well, you're welcome. One thing, another thing that I would say, yes, atheism is a religion. This is what I would say to most atheists. None of us, whether people of faith or atheists, have any clue of how we actually all got here, how it all started. And so for me to believe that this is a design, that this is not by happenstance, and you believe that it was just a bunch of gazillions and billions of accidents, how does that make your position more logical than my position? And so when you look at us, as you look at people of faith or belief or spirituality as they're backwards thinkers, you're telling us instead adopt a thought process of everything is just a big coincidence and everything is all accidents. It just so happened that there's oxygen for us to breathe, that our body works off of that all the minerals and everything are here to sustain us. There's everything here to sustain human life perfectly in the balance. There's all the materials that we need to build up a society that can work and function properly. I mean, all of these things are just accidentally here that work out. To me, that's far more laughable and less logical. Now, you might not agree that it's a certain deity, or you might not agree with the deity which I say. You might not agree with the different laws or rules within that deity. You might not even agree with the whole history of it. But to not believe that this isn't by some kind of ordained design, to me, I feel like to not even consider that is just kind of almost childish to not see that, because it's obvious to me. You might not agree with how it came about, but it's, to me, not having an explanation to where God came from. Well, we don't have an explanation to how a great bang was created either. So therefore, both of us have the same answer to the origin story. We don't know. So to automatically say, well, I'm so smart because I don't believe in this God character, but you also don't know the science behind the Big Bang, and being somebody who has an experience with a background in explosives, normally when you blow something up, it doesn't create things. So
it doesn't create pattern or coherence other than just sort of random outward.
Yeah. So I mean I just, that's something that always just never made sense to me when I hear atheists like so strong in the no, this doesn't make sense. I'm like, you've never felt spiritual things happen to you. You've never been like, you know what? I need to make a right here. And you make that right, and it happens that a big major car accident happened where you could have been killed. All of us have these things. And whether you believe that's a guardian angel, whether you believe that's a spirit, there's something going on here that I don't believe you can just cancel out.
On that note, I know Jeremy wants to get into the original sins of Israel, so
Yeah.
I'll probably comment on this, and then I'll just call it a night for myself on this topic. But it is interesting when one way you can look at the the one way you can look at what I mentioned before with like these elitist, atheist skeptics that are pushed out there as like being the voices of authority and the voices of reason and all this. Jeremy, we've been talking about the Edge Publishing and John Brockman and the four horsemen of the atheist apocalypse of atheism being primary people published by John Brockman, Epstein's PR guy, and there is this and this is part of like the whole science and looking into like the I think within the scientific establishment elements that connections to Epstein. It is it is a way to like just like a creator, like a replacement for God of some extent or another is looking for like some type of replacement of that, and it's very obviously to say it's troubling is an understatement, but this is there's a very real element to this, and anybody, and so it is equally ignorant, I think, in a lot of ways to say, or not. I don't want to say even ignorant, like equally ignorant, but it is, it's just as
Dismissive.
I would say at the very least, it's equally dangerous to be just as dismissive of I have all the answers and you're whatever is stupid and all this. But I will just reiterate that these are the conversations of as far as like religion and society go that we need to be having, rather than like the nonsense or this silliness in so many areas that passes for like the serious conversations. I like to see more conversations rooted in this, where it actually gets to the bottom of what are we supposed to do, and less of the hypocrisy and the meaning of like basically taking men's words for man's word for what these sacred scriptures saying. I mean, it could be a great conversation, and we have a lot of societal taboos, I think, to overcome in order to like be able to have like even interfaith variations of these spiritual conversations. But these types of matters here, and that's why it was great for Jeremy to mention both Adam and John Brisson, for example. These are the type of conversations we need to be having, and so I really appreciate this, and I am getting an increased insight on what the conversations could be, as opposed to maybe what I've had an idea of what they could be.
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to do that, and thank you so much for joining us, Greg.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure to have you back too. Yeah, I like you guys. I like the cut of your jibs, gentlemen.
Likewise, Marcus.
All right. Oh yeah, Jeremy, what
Okay.
did you want to get into?
Oh, I do want to just on this point that before I do want to just at least close the loop on Israel's original sins. Because that would be then point to the actual resolution of what we're seeing as the opposite right now, in terms of the death and destruction and the danger, the global danger to all of that. I do think that there's an assault on meaning that is related to what we see everywhere, from the sort of the simplification of of monoculturing religious traditions in a way, but all the way also to a sort of militant atheism or anti-theism. This seems to be a reactionary movement in certain ways of, not only reacting to militant monocultural theism in a way, I would say, but also an evasion of the complexity and the depth of the religious life or religion as such. So I see that's another an attack on meaning. Everybody knows that that's sort of like where you get to existentialism and the crisis of meaning, and what if there's no God? Is there any authors? Is there any meaning? That kind of thing. And then you sort of get into an endless loop of potential deconstruction or only critical, that kind of thing, which doesn't mean that those things aren't important. Similarly, like to the arguing rabbis, there is an important element to the arguing rabbis. Don't turn that into your new God, basically.
Yeah.
And so that
which
aspect,
people do with politics too.
Exactly. We're sort of, because of our tribal background, there is a strong there's a desire, almost like a existential instinct or impetus to do in-group, out-group kind of stuff in whatever way that it may work. And it's also related to why people are disincentivized to speak publicly or speak up about things where they feel like they could get attacked for whatever way or be ostracized socially. Because if you think of us as tribal people, that being, especially, and this may be more for sort of northern climate folk, in terms of like, you know, surviving through winters and all these kinds of things, that being the dissident or saying the wrong thing, or, you know, pointing out in the Jewish tradition, sort of being a little bit too wrathfully prophetic, it may be, will get you sort of kicked out of the cave, out of the group, where
Mm-hmm.
being that we're a cooperative species, that you are then sort of being ostracized in our tribal hindbrain is associated with being sort of dead to some extent. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what the Valley of Dry Bones is talking about.
Mm.
It's talking about literally, spiritually, can these bones live again? Can your understanding of God and of the way you're supposed to live, can you have that remembrance? Because when you're in, like some people will call it Jesse Lee Peters, he calls it a fallen state. When you're in a fallen state, you're not close to God, you're not close to divinity, you're not close to what you're supposed to be doing. So in turn, that negative energy you're putting out, you're taking things down. And in other people's cultures, or they talk about vibrations, your vibration you're throwing off is down. I mean, there's a lot of science too, and think about it. We run off of electricity. Our body has electrical currents which go in electrons and stuff like that, and water and solid material that fires all that. And we have these certain vibrational sinks that we need to go to keep our mind at a certain state. And that way we're able to empower certain things. And so if we're in that dead or fallen state, that's what that's talking about. That nation, what, going back to when you said originals, Israel's original sin, the original sin actually goes all the way back to Adam and Eve. And that Adam and Eve, what they were doing, because if you look at Adam and Eve, Adam, then you have Seth, and then Seth goes down eventually to, for time's sake, I'll speed it down. That bloodline goes all the way down to Noah. I mean, from Noah goes down to Abraham, then Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then the 12 tribes. That's that whole bloodline, literally going all the way back to Adam. And what happens is Eve is lured away by the other, because there's another misunderstanding. After Cain kills Abel, Cain goes to the land of Nod to get a wife. So obviously showing you that there's more people here than Adam and Eve. Whereas in Christianity, it's taught that there's only Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel. Okay, well, what did they sleep with their mom? No, because obviously it tells you that incest is against the Torah. And so therefore there had to be other people. And therefore there were other people. But that gets into deeper understandings. And when I tell people, like, the text is not properly understood. And so therefore, if you get a false understanding of certain things, it starts off on a bad foundation and starts taking you away from the word early. And that's what a lot of these churches do, where it talks about these pastors, their tongues must be stopped because they subvert whole houses. That's what it's talking about. They need to be stopped from these false teachings that they're putting out that lead conscious and intelligent minded people to say, that's BS, I'm not listening to that, because they didn't teach you the right thing in the first place. And so a lot of what people have, their understandings of the Bible, is just fundamentally wrong. Therefore, it leads the smart ones away from it altogether, and it leads the ones who are just following dogmatically into believing a lot of contradictions. And so back to Adam and Eve, what she was being influenced to follow and betray the God that created her, to betray what was asked of her. and put another god before him. And so therefore it goes back to put no god before me. Back to Moshe going up to Mount Sinai and one of the 10 commandments, which, as we know, me and you definitely know there's more than 10 commandments, but that's the gist of it. And that goes back to the golden calf. That's why he was so upset, because he told Moses, he was like, should I just kill all of them and we'll make Mosesites? I'll just destroy them and make a whole new people out of you, because they pissed me off with this golden calf thing. And it shows how big of a deal he took.
Can I count on that?
Another god?
Yeah.
Can I mean, is it even worth it with these people?
Like, you weren't gone for that long, and they've already strayed so far.
Yeah, you were only gone 40 days, which a lot of people don't factor that 40. You see what I'm saying? The 40 again. All of this stuff. When I started doing the deep research and dives, I started understanding that whether you believe in the Bible or not, whoever is pulling the strings behind a lot of this stuff, they believe and they know the Bible. Even if they don't necessarily believe it, they know it.
They use the Bible, I would say. At the
very least. Use the hell out of the Bible.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, when I used to watch Game of Thrones, the wall in Game of Thrones, that's symbolizing the wall of Jericho. And so I knew instantly when I saw it, that wall is going to come down at some point.
I believe there is a one of the writers there. You might look at him.
I mean, that's what it's all through it. I didn't even know, like, in one of our favorite cartoons growing up, they threw it in there. Megatron, Transformers, Metatron. That's Enoch's name, his translation when he goes into the heavens. I mean, the whole, the Spock thing, that's something which in Judaism is like a prayer thing that goes on. There's so much stuff.
Like Leonard Nimoy. So,
he learned that, like, he was supposed to have his eyes closed during the prayer, but he had his eyes open and he saw the rabbi doing that. I mean, there's so much stuff that is used that we don't even realize that it's used. I mean, how many times people talk about the prodigal son? That's talking about a Moshiach, returning. That's what that prodigal son is about. I mean, there's so many references that we don't get, that it can go deep out there. And I want to shout out to my brother over there, Gregory Walker. He says, just wanted to show some love for Outstanding Streams this weekend. You're a really good teacher, Marcus. Thank you.
Definitely.
I pray my best that I'm just able to convey what I learned. And I pray also that I'm not being a false teacher ever, that I'm trying to be humble as much as possible and just pass on whatever that I perceive I know. And then I always stand open for correction also. So if I am wrong in anything that I'm teaching, I mean, I'm not going to sit there and fight you and push back. Just show me and help me, because that's what we're all supposed to be here for, to help each other in this journey. So much appreciated again having you here, brother.
Definitely. This has been wonderful for my soul. And
I mean,
glad we got to get together. And can I speak one more last bit on this?
Sure, of
this
course.
religion thing?
Sure, definitely.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm not keeping you too.
Thing.
I want to make sure I'm not keeping you guys too long.
Okay,
I mean, I did 4 hours last night.
Okay, that's cool. That's I can see why. If you want to remind me, if you want, before we finished, if you want to get back to Shemitic, Semitic,
sure.
New anti-Semitism, and how it's been now coded. But in terms of religion, in terms of what you were talking about the dry bones, right? And that even the word religion, right? Religare, to bind. People sort of talk about rebind, but it's really like more like ligament in our in our body. Like it connects. That's the key piece, is sort of
but
connection.
It bounces back.
Yeah, and it sort of facilitates flow and motion in many ways, and it facilitates the motion of the living, breathing man. And then in Judaism, right, that soul or spirit is related to breath.
Ruach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, and so then in terms of the, maybe we should just finish
And
up.
so
Yeah,
they,
I'll go for it.
but when you bring up Ruach, there, then you're really going into something, because that talks about John 1:1, where John 1:1 is going back and explaining like creation and him breathing spirit into the earth, and his word being put out for the Elohim or Elohim to start to create. And it's kind of like a foreman who puts it out to his crew for them to do the work. The foreman still gets the credit for what's done, but it's crew which is doing that work. It's the same thing with the Father. Yeah, yes, exactly. The Ruach HaKodesh. The same thing that's being done there, and it's the same thing even when it talks about Adam, where he was basically made, and then that breath is put in him, and that breath is symbolic not only of physical breath of breathing of oxygen, it's also wisdom and knowledge, just like they talk about the Holy Spirit. So all of this stuff is very metaphorical.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not it now. Some of it is plain upon table. Some of it is exactly what it's saying.
It's talking about peoples and that kind of thing. Yeah.
But I tell people also, the Bible is written. It tells it's written in allegories, parables, and dark sayings. And it'll, even if it's some part that's metaphorical, if you keep reading, another part is going to break that down a little more, then break it down a little more, and then break it down a little more. So you might be reading 4 different prophets, 5 different prophets. They're all telling you the same thing. They're all prophesying the same thing, except for they use different metaphors to make it easier for you to understand. And the reason why they did it this way, because they knew that their books would be taken from somebody else, and they didn't want for people to discard the most valuable stuff. They wanted to seem benign, or if they took it out, it's still there in another sense for you still to get the message. Hey, Doom. That talk about redundancy, right?
That's important too. Redundancy, right? Because that's also like a logistical necessity, right? In terms of like redundant systems, and like in permaculture design, you want to have many things doing the same thing. And then at the same time, one thing should be doing many things. So I imagine in the religious text, it operates in a similar kind of way, that you want many voices telling you the same thing. And you also want the same thing in the text saying many things at this, or sort of symbolizing layers of meaning.
Well, it's just like when I talked about the regathering, how it talks about a hen gathering chicks. It talks about sifting corn. It talks about wheats and tares. It gives you all of these different things where it's giving good and bad. Well, those are talking about good children, bad children, basically. The ones are of the flock and ones are not of the flock. And it's giving all of these different things to tell you the same message. And it's putting it in there in a way where it's going to be harder for. That's why it says, he who has an ear, let him hear. It's for those who have the ear to hear and the eyes to see. It's not there for everybody. That's the reason why, like, even when Christ is talking, there's parts where the disciples are like, well, why are you talking to them in code? And he's like, because it's not meant for them. It's not meant for everybody who's out there to get it. I'm putting it out in front of everybody, but it's not for everybody in that crowd to understand this. Doom talks about Revelation 2:9. Yeah, Revelation 2:9 has multiple different meanings. One, it does mean that there is a people out there who is portraying themselves to be the children of God who are not. And it also goes into some of the children of God who are portraying themselves and who are spiritually, they're not who they say they are. So it's a bloodline and a spiritual walk. And just because you're of the lineage does not mean that that's an automatic like golden ticket into Willy Wonka's castle. I mean, you have to uphold the fruits of the spirit at the same time. And so it's a prerequisite. You got to have 1 and 2. That's the reason why, like in Christianity, they always talk about, oh, well, it's all about the spirit. It's the spirit. It's the spirit. No, it's more than the spirit. I mean, how does a spouse know that their spouse loves them? By action. You can't just keep saying I love you, I love you, I love you. There has to be some kind of action behind that. If you tell me that you love me, but you keep cheating on me every 5 minutes, does that show me that you love me? No. And so that's the reason why it's more than just spirit, it's action that's combined with it. That's the reason why it talks about faith and works.
Internal and external.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's both, and they both have to come together. And that's what people are. People are a combination of a spirit and physical that comes together, and that's what makes a human being.
Yeah.
So and that's why it talks about man should not live by bread alone, but by the words, by every word that proceeds out the mouth of God. And the words, that is a spiritual food to nurture you and to put you on the right path. So
Right, and it's not saying man should live without food.
yeah, it's
Or
not saying you
only
should live
on
without
words. Yeah,
either.
you gotta
Exactly.
have food and not just bread. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And so it's
one
telling
one
you
thing that came
both.
to my
Uh-huh.
mind that when you were talking about ruach and spirit was when I was studying the Sufi tradition of Islam in college, and that one major conflagration there, I think it even got some people killed, was the interpretation of where where uh Allah was when Adam where the actual vector of breath when
Mm-hmm.
Adam was brought into being, whether it
Mm-hmm.
was God was external or whether God was internal in terms of the breath. And some of the Sufis began to interpret it as that God was within and breathe into Adam, where the orthodox at that point was that's obvious. It's more like sort of giving CPR or some mouth to mouth
Mm-hmm.
resuscitation. And they were like, no, we don't think so. We think it means that God is pervasive, and basically is breathing
Mm-hmm.
within, breathing into Adam from within, basically that material is, that we're not sort of like golem of some sort
Yeah.
where we're sort of set to motion. Like people started talking about meat sacks and all this kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
No, it's that there's the spirit is it sort of emerges from the depth before matter in a way within
Exactly.
matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, people take, and they don't realize God creates a universe for us to live in, and he creates the rules of it. If you created a game, would you break the rules of the own game that you created? What would be the point of that? What would be the point of you creating the rules if you're just going to break them? And so, by the same way, great teachers which we've had, their words live on inside of us. Does that mean that the teacher is literally inside of me? No, but his words and his teachings are inside of me because they affect and they influence. And it's the same thing with the ruach. It's the same thing with the ruach passing the word from the Father, from Abba. Those words coming from Abba live inside of us and compel us, our nature, to follow if we seek his face and have him come in and sup with us. And that's what that's talking about. It doesn't mean like God's literally, I mean, like Christ the Messiah is going to knock on your door and walk in and sit at the dinner table with you and, have a chicken sandwich. That's not what that's talking about. It's talking about spiritual food, and he will be inside. And that's the reason why they say the kingdom of heaven is within you. It starts with that kingdom being inside of you first, that spirit. And then from there, then you can get shush doom talking about pause. But it starts with that first, and then because the third temple, you know how this is what a lot of the stuff in Zionism is pushing towards, the third temple. If you read the definitions and the measurements of the third temple, it's physically impossible. I mean, it's physically impossible. I mean, you would literally be talking about the tops of the temple going into like outer space. I
Wow.
mean, it would be like 1,600 miles tall, like like another 2,000 miles like wide. I mean, so obviously that's not what it's talking about. Those numbers have to mean something else.
Huh.
And so what those numbers are alluding to, a lot of times when it talks about the 144,000 of the ruling Israelites that'll be helping governing and teaching, and that will be what did it say? You'll be kings and priests. And so preaching the word and that understanding to those who haven't gotten the understanding yet. Because first it has to deal with that getting into his people have to have that understanding. The people who he chooses. When he chooses them, because it talks about election in the Bible. Election, only one person get elected, right? And so if it's picking a group of people and say, you're going to be elected to preach my word, just like the whole concept of heaven or hell. I mean, you know, hell in the Bible is Sheol. Sheol is the grave or a state of being, as in like, man, I've been feeling like crap. I'm going through hell right now. You're not literally going to Dante's Inferno. That comes from Greek mythology. And that's where the Hellenization start getting mixed in with the Hebrew Bible. It gets deep. I mean, I could
So
go.
that's, to me, that sounds like the third temple. The problem we have, if there is any biblical Armageddonite overtones to this moment in relationship to in ultra Orthodox Messianic Jews at some level in terms of a third temple, then it's actually, a lot of it sounds like it's just literalism and mistranslation to some extent. And it also sounds like you're saying that it's very likely that the third temple is not even a building. It's not a structure. It's not a physical building.
Yeah. Not the one it's referring to there. Now, will there be an actual temple eventually? Yes. But that temple talks about being built after the Messiah comes. You don't build it for the Messiah to come. It's built once the Messiah gets there.
Again, forcing God's hands, and like the iron, really sort of like the religion of iron rods or something like that.
Yeah, and, you're trying to force prophecy, and
yeah,
there's an order to prophecy.
When I was younger, like around the time like I had my bar mitzvah, like there was I did not encounter a lot of either like intense like Holocaust sort of pushing or education, nor a lot of Zionism or Israel talk. I never was proposed birthright Israel or anything. I've never been to Israel. And, so it's sort of interesting, but like even at that time back in 1991 at the Wilshire Boulevard Temple, I remember, because I knew that I heard that Israel was somehow in the mix in this region here in terms of what was going on with the Gulf War and everything, and the Scuds and Saddam Hussein, and Israel was under threat and all this kinds of thing. Even at that time, like my understanding of Zionism was that it to me seemed like infantile theology. Basically, throwing a tantrum and basically thinking that you can force God's hand by throwing a tantrum is the way that I understood it.
No, completely correct. And I guess I'll answer this real quick. Yonina says, okay, that's where I disagree. Death and hell get judged after they give up their dead body and they get thrown into the lake of fire. That is correct. But also it tells you that hell gets thrown into the lake of fire. So if hell is this fiery place up underground that people go to, there's that fiery place up underground going to come up and then be thrown into the lake of fire? No, that's not what that's talking about. And that's why I say people don't understand. Now, there is going to be a lake of fire, and that's going to be physical. From my understandings, and you go into like the book of Esdras, where it talks about that basically it's referring to Mystery Babylon that'll be destroyed within a course of an hour, and people their eyes will melt in their socket and tongues in their mouth while they're still standing. Only thing I can think of that could do that is a nuclear bomb, and this was literally written thousands of years ago. That made like the hairs on my neck stand up when I read that, because I'm like, this has to be prophetic for somebody to know that an entire city can be destroyed that way. And the power of the nukes that we have now could literally leave a whole entire continent just smoldering, from sea to shining sea.
And we've already experienced that. That's already happened, and it's
Yep.
not total, but we've seen the
Yeah.
shadows of humans on walls.
Yeah, and that was just the early that was just an
that
early
was
preamble to
earlier
it, to just
generation.
just to show you, because when you talked about like the space program earlier, I believe the space program was all a giant weapons program. And
Star
that was
Wars.
just, yeah, that was all about trying to figure out how we could take these new nuclear weapons we have and be able to launch them to any of our enemies around the world. And the hope was that they would have them and be able to use them as a threat. But what happened is everybody got them. And so all they did was make them stronger and stronger and stronger. And what I would tell people to look to and what they should be nervous about, if anything, is take prophecy out of the way for a moment. You can even leave Bible out of the way for a moment. Let's all of that just looking secular. China literally has hypersonic missiles that have went through our airspace. So they've already showed they have the ability to launch missiles, a nuclear missile over here through our airspace before we can pick up on it. Russia's number one weapon is nuclear EMP weapons, electromagnetic pulse. So therefore, even if we did see an attack coming, we wouldn't have the ability to stop it. So I would think that should terrify anybody living in America, especially if you're secular, because it's telling you that the countries which America is trying to pick a fight with literally have the technology to wipe America off the face of the earth without a retaliation. Now, China has been building up weapons to take out the nuclear fleets too. That's what happened. That's why this new Gerald Ford has this
They just
laser on
remarked
it.
on that, and they just remarked on that. I think it was. I'm not sure it was a Chinese official or like a press operative, but they commented on like if the United States gets pulled into this thing, we're going to get a sense of how their technology handles the new anti ship missiles, basically.
Yep.
And right, and the Israelis are talking about the iron laser, or I don't know what they call it, like the directed energy weapons being rolled out now as anti-missile systems.
Well, Israel's Iron Dome wouldn't be able to stop the missiles coming from Iran. The only thing that's been the thing that's held Iran back is Iran is hesitant because Iran would still have to deal with not only the United States, but have to fight Great Britain also at the same time. And they would obliterate Iran off the face of the map. But if there was not that threat, Iran could already obliterate Israel off the face of the map. And so all of them are kind of holding guns to each other's heads and figuring out, okay, do you want to back down or do you want to back down? And that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah. And so like I think we're at a choice point in many ways. It's like whether we want to go the realm that you're describing that could happen much faster than we anticipate in many ways. Although I imagine like it would be the kind of scenario that at this point China would want to sit back and watch as much as they could, I would imagine. But I think we are at the moment of whether we want to, in this case, resolve the original Israeli state sins, or whether we're going to allow the prime minister to try to complete the original ethnic cleansing operation that they used to establish their golden calf state, rather than the possibility of a perdurable Jewish homeland or Jewish nation. A lot of this actually sort of comes down to the conflict between certain kinds of perceptions of Zionism, almost like the Jewish homeland and or nation versus the Jewish state. And and that's where things really got wrong here. And so then because it's based on this ethnic relationship to what it means to be Jewish intensely, and then that's then recapitulated into state structure, where they even have the Jewish nation law, which then really makes it a demographic state. Then you have to worry about being overrun by Palestinians and the growth of the Palestinian population. So then you can't do a one state kind of solution. This is really the major issue here. So because there were two original sins. One was based on ethnic cleansing, which is 70% of the Palestinians in Gaza are descendants of the people who were originally ethnically cleansed from, actually, in many cases, sort of, around the areas that were then targeted in terms of the rave show, basically.
Yeah.
And that just reminds me, I just want to close the loop on that question of 9/11 and the symbology, that it turns out that the organizers of the rave, which is called Supernova was the name of the music festival.
I did not know it was called Supernova. That's
Yes. And I think there's a Brazilian connection. And by the way, the music is psy-trance, right? Psychological trance, psy-trance.
And Brazil. Oh my gosh, you're throwing a lot of stuff in there now.
And then last thing is that the two organizers of the Supernova psy-trance peace music festival that was then targeted for for the Hamas attack and people dead and stuff like that, which was sort of seen as, by the way, it got scheduled just a few days before to where it was going to take place. But the two organizers are twin brothers, actually. So there, I believe that is the twin towers of Israel's 9/11. It obviously is, because that was the place of the most open kind of death and destruction.
So you got Twin Towers, you got Jachin and Boaz, got Jacob and Esau. And then you bring in Brazil, which is a part of BRICS. And that's a way of trying to peel one of those nations off of the whole BRICS thing. The more and more I hear this, the more and more I do not believe this was any kind of a failure. I believe this is just like 9/11, and this was allowed to happen, if not planned at. Oh, and Cain and Abel. There's another one, which I believe Cain and Abel are proto Jacob and Esau. Because, of course, well, and I know in Judaism, they definitely, Christianity doesn't go into this much, but about what is it called? Why come I can't remember? I'm blanking on it. Not regeneration, not reincarnation, regeneration. That we come back through cycles over and over. And because you can read plenty of parts in the Old Testament where they're asking the different prophets, "Are you Elijah? Are you this person?" And they're asking because they're like, "Man, he reminds us a lot of how this person used to be." And of course, if you look at the cycle of how we live and die, as we get older, our memory starts to fade. And I believe that that's that process of us going to, because it says all of our spirits return back to our maker. So we return back to the Messiah. We go up there. It's kind of a progress report of all the things we went through. We receive our judgments, and then we go back to the earth to deal with those different things and try to do a better job the time around until we get up to that last final, basically, report card, which is the battle of Armageddon, or the Valley of Jehoshaphat. So I don't know. It's a lot of stuff that's adding. I mean, it also says in the Bible that he'll put hooks in their jaws. And so these nations are not really necessarily even moving in the way that they want to move, but they're being driven to move a certain way spiritually. I mean, it's the same thing which happened with the Pharaoh. the Pharaoh in the time of Moses. And oh yeah, if you ever wanted to look up research on being able to prove that, look up the Susa people.
How do you
And
spell
that
that?
S what is it? SUSA.
Mm.
And that'll go because a lot of times they tell you, well, we can't find a time period when the Israelites were even there and blah 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 blah. And no, you can find that, and you can find then you'll be able to find that there was this rebellion of slaves which left out and a pharaoh which never returned, and all that stuff shows up.
Shush, huh? Susa, shush, huh?
Yeah, so it gets interesting when you get into this stuff, but I honestly think that we're being pulled into this direction. I would tell people now is the time to get prepared for different things. Somebody had said something in there I wanted to read. Yeah, the supernova. Supernova psyop trance. This is
And
Yonina said,
oh,
yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
sorry.
Go
No, no.
ahead.
Oh,
She was talking.
no, you go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was noticing she was talking about the different locations which they would go for. I honestly believe that that's part of what those balloons that were going over the country were about. In order for you to do that, to really look for those heat signatures and stuff, you can't send over fast moving planes. You got to really take your time to search, and I believe that's what those so-called balloons that China was sending over to try to figure out where are all these nuclear depots at that we're going to need to strategically take out. I also think it's kind of hilarious because being former Navy, there were shows that Navy stuff would catch my attention. Years back, there was a show that came out called Last Ship. And in that show, what happens is the U.S. is destroyed by a nuclear attack. Well, it's hit with a nuclear attack. It's not certain that everyone is gone or dead yet, but it's only that one last ship that's left over. And part of what they're doing is they're dealing with a disease also that killed a bunch of people and is set to go around the world and start killing off a bunch of people. I don't know. I just found it it's a little strange. I mean, and then you had that show. What was it? Last Survivor or something like that. Designated Survivor, Kiefer Sutherland, and there's an attack on the Capitol building, on the White House. And so, and most of Congress is all taken out. And so, I mean, some of these shows is just, I think they're trying to tell us what to get ready for.
Tons of pre-scripting, but it's also, I think it's also psy-trance, right? So, so it's entrancing. And this is also then, even if like the way that the Amalek are seen as the danger of sorcery or something like that. So I think part of the moment has to do with not necessarily getting entranced. And this is the way that sorcerers work, whether they're Zionist sorcerers or, Hollywood sorcerers or any of this kind of sorcery, right, is that they entrance and repeat words and images and scripts and narrative almost as if to basically say it's inevitable. This is inevitable. This is inevitable. That kind of thing. And so, and so that there's something about the prophetic that has to do with disruption of the trance, the disruption of the collective trance in many ways too. And so that's where I get the sense, like, at least in terms of this situation, Israel-Palestine, we are in the middle of the sort of potential endpoint of whether the originating trance will be disrupted or whether it will be engulfed in flames. I think that's sort of the moment. And because the twin towers of original sin in Zionism is one is this cleansing, this ethnic cleansing thing that we're seeing now being repeated in terms of the Israeli military using water as a way to basically kettle people down south, and it's obviously that ultimately, if they don't want to do a pure full genocide, that what they actually would want to do is an ethnic cleansing into the Sinai or something like that, or disperse,
Mm-hmm.
sort of finish with this sort of dirty remnant in many ways of the pure Jewish state in many ways. So if you think about it in blood and
Mm-hmm.
soil kind of scenario, so that's one side of what we're seeing going on right now. The other side is that was a intent, a national genocide is the way I would talk about it. So not many people sort of always just sort of say genocide means sort of like wiping every last person out or something like that. That's one form of genocide. But even legally, genocide is defined as one part of that action with intent to destroy a people. And so you could talk
Mm-hmm.
about things like national genocide, which is why you see in the background here, which is more suspicion on Netanyahu actually scripting this whole thing, is that he said, and it's in the Israeli media all over the place, that he was pushing. He said, if you want to make sure that the two-state solution doesn't happen, we need to make sure that Hamas is supported. Right. And this is the way that Hamas was originally sort of cultivated in some way. It doesn't mean it's in the original form that where it started, but originally Israeli intelligence interfaced with Sheikh Yassin, who is
Mm-hmm.
seen as the spiritual father of what became Hamas. And it was similar to what the United States and others, including Israel, were doing with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and even there's very interesting background if people want to look at the background of it. The United States did not only overthrow Iran in 1953, they also installed the leader in 79, the Iranian
Mm-hmm.
Revolution, when Khomeini was brought in.
Yep.
And there's a whole background there that looks like that was very much staged. And the indicator of that obviously was the hostage crisis. Went on for 444 days on television, and it was the first big event of the modern war on terror. And then it ends right as then Reagan is brought in, and there's a whole background there if people want to look at it, which is far.
Sorry.
Okay, and we can wrap up soon. I'll be down to if you want to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I just think that that's a good point to bring up. And like Sebs was saying, BB needs to get into screenwriting since he loves writing scripts so much. Um,
And by the way,
I,
Ben Shapiro, we discussed on Charles Johnson's Space. Ben
mm-hmm.
Shapiro is really a failed script writer.
Oh,
He was in Hollywood.
this
That
stuff
was what
always
he
comes
wanted.
so full circle.
Yeah.
This stuff always comes so full circle.
And I'll emphasize the fail of the script. So it doesn't have to be their script that goes down here.
Well, here's something interesting. You think about Bible, scripture, script. A key word is script in there, and I tell people that's the reason why I believe in predestination. This is already mapped out for what our roles are. It's just a matter of us to live through them. Now, from our vantage point, we're doing whatever we feel like doing, and we have complete control of our own destinies. But if we're literally seeing events line up that have been predicted thousands of years later, how can you then still believe that you are in control of what's going on? Even if you say that, oh, it's not a spiritual power that's bringing that there's individuals that are powerful enough to make these events match up. It tells you that even if they're not, if a spiritual deity is not doing it, then somebody obviously has so much control that they can make all this stuff happen, whether you want it to or not.
Well, but that, I guess that's the point, I think, is that it's part of this is sorcery.
Well, definitely
Posing as scripture, and I'll just say that I will not discount the power of scripture, obviously, or script, but also script also is money too. It's sort
Yeah,
of
oh,
there, right? There's an
definitely.
exchange of belief in a certain way. It's basically, will you accept my scripture in return for your belief? That's the script exchange. And so I'll go with religion,
Yeah,
and flex and flow of the ligament of God's flow in the world
yeah.
over scripture any day.
Well, here's something that I want to throw in since you said that. Remember, we're talking about putting gods before you. Well, one other god is mammon, which is money, and
Put the devil behind you.
that's yeah, that's another one. And then another one that blew my mind because all of those cultures had magicians and like all the different stuff we have now. Because it says there's nothing new under the sun. So all of these different wizards and mages and witch doctors and all of this stuff. They had all of these things
Or
always.
shamans. That's my
Shaman. That's the one I was thinking of. Shamans.
that's my hip hop name is shamanic.
Shaman. That's clever. I
Yeah.
like that. But they've always had all of these different things. And when I found out that Hollywood literally took the wands, like what they
Oh,
used to
right.
use
That's what
in
it
media,
means.
they literally
Hollywood.
took that from the Hollywood.
The magic
The magic
wand.
wands. That's really
Well,
literally.
and that's what 9/11 really is. Like, it's the magic trick, and the planes are the sort of wand, and then the buildings being exploded or the rabbit being pulled from the hat. That's
Yes.
not how you spell it, Sebs. It's SHUMONIK or H. There's also an acronym in there. HUMON, harmonically unified, universally
Oh,
magnetic music overcomes numbness.
very clever. Like when I used to
Sick
be
human
in
too. It means that sick human.
when
And
I used to
yeah,
be in a band, my band was called DOA, and people think
nice.
that's dead on arrival. No, it was diversion of anger.
Ooh, nice. Like judo.
Uh-huh. So
Uh,
you suck you in thinking one thing, but it's something completely different. But I mean, there's so much esoteric things that are going on, and this is part of what was going on all the way back to the days of ancient Babylon, because technically this mystery Babylon would be the third Babylon, because
wow.
you had Babylon. The original Babylon is what we call Sumeria now, or Sumer, and then you had a rise of Babylon that came again under Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar the second. And then you have mystery Babylon, which it says is spiritually um, Sodom and Egypt and Rome all mixed into one, and Babylon. So it's all of these spirits of all of these former kingdoms all mixed
Whoa.
into one. And so the description of it is a place which has all of these different things representing it, and it will be basically the hegemony and power in the world. And so I look at it as, what was Egypt basically known for? It's slavery. America's known for that. America's definitely known for its being a major hegemony. When it goes into Babylonian, that goes into all these different belief systems and a mixture of thousands of different religions and beliefs all
Uh-huh.
mixed into one.
And then add the New Age on top of it
Add the
all,
New
and
Age on it because the
Satanism, and
theosophy and all that fits right into the whole. It fits right into it. And then people would say automatically think, because I brought up Sodom and because it talks about Sodom, they would think that that's automatically talking about homosexuality. Well, here's something a lot of people didn't know about Sodom also. Sodom was also known for how horrible they treated visitors.
Wow.
So if you're coming into Sodom, it was a good chance that you can get robbed, murdered, raped, everything. You were not safe in Sodom. It was a very, very unsafe place.
Or turned into an underage sex slave, maybe.
That too. I mean, in Sodom, even like children were involved in raping people. So I mean, that gets very dark and whatever. But and then Rome. How does it signify Rome? the way the government is and the wars
The
and all of those things like
fasces
that.
and the whole thing, yeah.
And so you see mystery, what it describes as Mystery Babylon. There's only one nation which fits that. And that was written Mystery Babylon when John was in the Isle of Patmos. We're talking about easily like what, 1700 years ago that he wrote of this place.
And this is where I see this as, and maybe this is heretical, but I see the book of Revelations as a form of Jewish propheticism, Jewish prophecy, meaning a warning that will tell you the signals to watch for in order to make another choice.
Well, it's trying
that's what my sense of. I'm just saying.
Well,
that's my sense
no,
of
but you're not far off, because if you go to I can't think of his name right now, Jonah. Jonah was trying to leave. Jonah was trying to go somewhere else. He didn't want to do his mission of warning the people. And so when Jonah is brought back, Jonah tells him, hey, repent of your ways, stop doing what you're doing. And they all stopped. And then, Abba, the father, he's like, okay, I'll repent of what I was going to do to you in Nineveh. But what happened? They went back to doing their old ways anyway. And then what happened? Destruction fell upon Nineveh. So that's the whole warning, that you were given that warning. So what happens when those leaders who lead these nations in to the fates that they go into, when they're standing in front of the Messiah, they can't say they didn't have a warning. That's the whole purpose. You were warned multiple times and you did not listen.
Or the others will rise up and overgrow them, and something else might happen.
I mean, I feel like I never know what the Father's intent will be, but at the rate that it's going, it's looking like it's not going for the positive one.
I don't know. We'll see. I agree. There's a lot. It's a lot of bad indicators. There's a lot of lot of revelationary indicators.
I tell people all the time, if you see things starting to take that turn, you might want to get out of the U.S. Because even in the book of Revelations, it doesn't tell you the whole earth is going to be destroyed. It tells you Mystery Babylon. It doesn't tell you the whole, because it literally says like it's going to be left basically like a smoking heap as a reminder. And so the other places are still going to be here. It's wherever Mystery Babylon is, that place is donezo. So that's
at least heed the warnings, you're saying.
Yes, at least heed the warnings. At least, I mean, you can even be like, you know what, I don't really believe him, but just in case, let me reach out to some of my family in Scotland or something.
And I guess just closing the loop on these twin pillars of the Zionist original sin, basically.
Well, and even the twin pillars, it's very prominent within Masonry.
Oh yeah, I think it probably comes out of that, really, right?
Well, definitely. I mean, I was telling people what is it called? Said to be Jabulon. Well, all of it's based off of Solomon's temple and Hiram of Abiff being that great Mason who was literally overseeing and helping Solomon build this temple, which in the Bible it like barely talks about Hiram Abiff, but in Masonry they've made him into this big giant figure.
And then you're back to what's his name, Pike. Pike was part of this B'nai B'rith, Confederate intelligence group, and likely involved in the production of the Ku Klux Klan. And,
without a doubt.
And then his Solomon is a solid name. I'd say so too. And they have the maybe it got pulled down, but when Greg and I were in DC, they had a statue of Albert Pike set up
It did
right
get pulled
next to
down.
the police station in DC. That is one statue I believe was properly pulled down for sure.
Yeah, it did get pulled down. And what was it like? I remember not that long ago, the Georgia Guidestones got destroyed too.
Yes, they did.
So I'm telling people that they're giving warnings. There's warnings all over the place. Don't think that, that Matt Groening from The Simpsons is like predicting the future. I mean, he's just giving you guys warnings on what he's already know the agenda that's supposed to go
Being
down.
rolled out, yeah.
Yeah, that's all they're doing is they're giving heads up. And I don't know why they exactly do it, but maybe that's part of their rituals and magic, or maybe they just get their jollies off of like throwing it in people's face. I don't get it.
Yeah, I
But
imagine it could be some kind of gangster code, an ethical code of some like, or similar to the way the Israeli military is being like, "Oh, we warned you, we
we fired on the tops of the buildings. Yeah.
we sent you a text message and tapped on your building. We warned you." It's sort of like that. It's sort of like going through the motions of ethics at some level or something like that. And it's also, I think, scripting. I think it's pre-scripting. And I'm more, fuck the failed scriptwriter Ben Shapiro as this little whiny mouthpiece for the prime minister who likely did 9/11 and Israel's 9/11 and exposed them. Yeah, chaos magic. True. It's true. Because actually it has to do with like demoralization and hypernormalization at the same time, I think, basically. And yeah. Okay, wait. So let me just finish the loop if I can.
Okay, yeah.
all right.
Finish the loop, and then we'll finish out on that.
Okay. So, although the United States, obviously, we still got real serious problems. We had sort of a twin. We had our own twin original sins related to ethnic cleansing. That was mainly against the First Peoples, the Native Americans. And they were, ethnically cleansed. All right. They were not fully genocided as such, although there was a very large, cultural national genocide, obviously. But they were ethnically cleansed. And yet we're now at a place where they are, at the very least, on the books, equal citizens of the country. Now, it doesn't mean that it's actually de jure, but not de facto in many ways. The other originating sin, I would say, of the United States is, as you referred to before, I would call that the actual national genocide attempt of slavery in many ways, and especially against Black Americans, right? And so then that, because it's a national genocide, because that's part of having a slave class, is by being that you're not really a nation. You're not part of our nation, and you're not even your own nation. And so that's sort of what's going on in relationship to the Palestinians and the Israelis. That's why they prickle so much about the apartheid state aspect. They like to sort of flip it around, basically saying, look, no, we have all these. Notice they always say we have all these Arab Israelis. The reason that you'll know you're talking to a Zionist propagandist who's backing what actually Netanyahu's trying to do right now is they will never say Palestinian Israelis. That's really what they should be called if they're, Palestinian citizens of Israel, but they'll call them Arab Israelis. And that's indicative of the attempt at a national genocide that's working linguistically by basically sort of writing off Palestine as even
erasing who they are,
erasing who they are, erase their memory, right? That's what we're in the midst of right now. And so, although we have not fully healed, our twin original sins in the United States, we are at a place, at the very least, where on the books, the people who were being ethnically cleansed and the people who were being nationally genocided are de jure citizens of the country, if not de facto, in a way,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, and so this suggests where what the actual potential political resolution of Israel Palestine, the so-called Israel Palestine conflict, would be. It would be a full quote unquote one state solution that would, I mean, this is what's interesting is there's people even pointing out, like, if Israel's going to try to do this ethnic cleansing operation and drive people south and try to drive them and they're saying they're not against the innocent civilian Palestinians, they only want to wipe out Hamas, then why can't you open up Israel? The part where their families used to be there, and set
Mm-hmm.
up a refugee camp in part of in part of the Negev desert or something like that. And so that would, be a real, an indicator of a real solution in a way. Because the two-state solution has always been a fraud. It's been basically the carrot that's drawn along this whole alleged peace process. By the way, the Oslo Accords look like they were negotiated or arranged by an Epstein associate. And then Epstein even then backed the Broadway play about the Oslo process and all of that. Ehud Barak, Epstein, basically Israeli military intelligence. And so it's obvious that the two-state solution was hung out as a carrot in order to eventually meet the stick that we're seeing right now, where they were going
Mm-hmm.
to, basically try to finish the ethnic cleansing campaign and then ultimately the national genocide of the Palestinian people and erase their memory as such. And then they can be Palestinian refugees in other countries for a little bit longer until their national aspirations are erased from history or wiped from the map, if the Zionists want to translate it as such, you know. But the real solution is already been figured out by the Palestinian organic intellectuals and the Palestinian political street, and it includes an inscribed power sharing dynamic because of the Jewish history, the hindbrain. It's always sort of the external that is the threat, which is why there's the problem of trying to create a demographic state when you still have some of the original people sitting there without any full rights. That's always
Mm-hmm.
a problem. And so if the Jewish hindbrain is most worried about the threat of the outsider or the other, then all right, then you ingrain that the Jewish Israeli Palestinians, I don't know what you call it, it's an issue. Maybe it's a confederation, Israel Palestine as a confederation, and you allow the Israelis to be have a specific position in the executive branch and then be in charge of foreign security, international security, that kind of thing. And then because of the history here that the Palestinians have been perpetually the apartheid class, both, a little bit more softly within Israel proper, but obviously in terms of Gaza as this concentration camp where they're sort of, fed as much water and food as the Israelis will allow them or something like that, while having their lawn mowed every few years, meaning like killing thousands of
Mm-hmm.
them in a go while terrorizing them. If the Palestinians, understandably over time, their concern would be this question of, we know these Zionists are demographically obsessed about being overrun by us. And by the way, the Palestinian people are well known for being very sexy and culturally deep and intellectual and stuff like that. And so they tend the concern obviously of the Zionists is that they're going to outcompete them in terms of reproduction. And so if the
And
Palestinians are
eventually they'll start marrying their daughters.
right, and then maybe at some point, then the sort of the ethno obsession of the Zionists, they can begin to get over. And of course, actually, it's very likely that a lot of the Palestinians are actually, a lot of them probably had Jewish backgrounds at some point in time. A lot of them probably.
I argue that a lot of them probably did, and the only reason why they're Arabs now is because of the Umayyad Caliphate that came through and forced Islam on most of the people there.
See, so there's a lot of resolution to some of this sort of long-term history. You then put the Palestinians perpetually in charge of domestic security, and they will make sure that because then the Zionists would be worried that there'll be a new Hamas that's going to come pogrom them in their neighborhood. So you put the Palestinians in charge of internal security to make sure things keep secure. And then you do, instead of like both sides teaching their own children to that the other side is the enemy, which does happen on both sides in this case to some extent, at least in terms of certain aspects of Hamas teaching and certain sort of hard core settler types. They both are taught. A lot of them are teaching their children that the other group is an ancient enemy of some sort that needs to be wiped out. Instead of doing that, you teach them each other's languages, you teach them each other's cultures, you teach them each other's different types of religions, and then you do power sharing around the significant religious sites in terms of Jerusalem. So obviously, the question is political will and whether the sane spiritual minds will prevail. Now, I agree with you. There's not tons of signs that we're heading in that direction, but I imagine if we can head off global war at this point out of this, then there's a possibility that something else might happen. And my final point is this is why I started more as a peace activist in terms of my work in this area. And it was only when I realized the depth of truth in terms of deep politics that I understood that if we wanted peace, we needed justice. In order to get justice, you need truth. And to me, the 9/11 represented not only like some kind of map to deep politics. If you could figure that out and understand the networks behind that, you could actually begin to understand deep politics as a network. But it also represented the Achilles heel of the empire, wherever it was, and that if you expose treason at high levels, it can not only stop war that's based upon that treason, but it can also create an inherently revolutionary political moment about the commanding heights of wickedness, basically. And those could be then taken down through truth, accountability, restitution, then reconciliation. And so the same thing, I believe, is the case here. We're in the very early days of the Israeli 9/11 truth movement. And the finger needs to be pointed directly at the suspects, and it needs to be followed to its root and rooted out.
I hear that. I mean, I definitely could get behind that. And I've always felt like even when you put people who don't necessarily get along, you put them in a space together, it softens your feelings on them by keeping people separated. It makes it a lot easier to build those feelings of hate and that they're the enemy. My mom, what she used to do when me and my brother were fighting, I used to hated it growing. I hated it more than anything. She would make us hold hands. And I couldn't stand it. We'd have to stay in the same room together, hold hands and things like that. But even though me and my brother would have our beefs, I still would never let anybody harm my brother. And I remember in the military, plenty of times where you would see two people you would never think would be a couple because they like lived together as roommates. It only took so much time before things escalated because you have, he's a man, she's a woman, he's heterosexual, she's heterosexual, even different cultures, those walls start to break down and you start to see where you meet. And when it comes down to it, most of us as human beings, family, friends, enjoyment, love, happiness, all of us want all of those things. And so it's easy to get to those things if you can break down those walls
Mm.
of partition and looking at each other as always the other. I see in the chat there's a little controversy there asking us about our food takes. So I guess I will pose this out to you. Mine is pretty quick and easy because I keep the kosher. So if we're talking about ribs, they'd have to be beef ribs. I can no longer have pork ribs and no blood in my steak. So I do typically like I use onion powder and garlic on about everything. I definitely like my stuff hot, so there's definitely going to be some cayenne going in there, some pepper, maybe a little bit of adobo. So,
Nice.
and then Chris said he doesn't really like steaks that much because they're tough. It's because you got the wrong person cooking it. I make you a steak. I guarantee you'll change your opinion on steak. You know, growing up in and Jeremy can tell you, being there in the Midwest, we get good cuts of beef out there.
Ooh.
So
We like the, I'm not kosher. I'm maybe, you know, I head away from pork. And I'd say I'm Jewish, mainly like a Jewish Mexican traditionalist type of eater, culturally. And we get our beef from some family ranchers in maybe about central Kansas, and they have it's a mixed Wagyu breed, and yeah, we get it for like $4 a pound, and really good. Like, and Wagyu fat is really good for your heart, actually. And so it's a nicely fatty kind of beef, and with really good steaks. I like to make like pan fried good steaks. I like with like a little bit of rosemary, and then
rosemary's good. Yeah,
little bit of basting with some butter and garlic.
there you go.
At the end, that kind of thing. And then I make my son. He loves these refried beans that I make. Black beans specifically, and I make like a whole mix of it with some like
we can time her out, Jeremy, for this. We can time her out.
Oh no! She's gonna go in on corn country.
Here we go.
You're gonna go in on corn country club sandwich.
Now you're crossing lines here, woman. Oh man, this has been very, very fun and enlightening, and I can't wait to have you back. I'm gonna make sure we'll exchange numbers off cam, and then I definitely want to continue this conversation. I want to continue more conversations on cam and off cam because I think we could definitely learn a lot from each other. And I definitely really, really enjoy this, and it's turned out to be even better than I expected. So hopefully this was a good conversation for the audience. Hopefully you guys were able to learn stuff from us. Or if you didn't learn anything from us, hopefully it was at least entertaining to you. I definitely advise going back and watching this a second time, maybe even if you have to break it up, because there's a lot of information in here. It's just like with Jeremy and Greg when they did their interview on the B'nai B'rith. I've watched that probably 3 times because there's so much info in there. So I advise you guys to do the same. Don't be afraid to study and take these lessons. I know you habitual line stepper. You stay in line right now. Anything you'd like to say before you get out of here? Anything you'd like to plug, sir?
No, but I just want to thank you so much. I'm very happy that we connected. Thank you, Sebs, for helping us connect, and I appreciate it very much. I'm very interested to learn more from your depth.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, and yeah, we'll talk the rest off camera. But this has been the Political Matrix. Well, this has been Thinking with Young Morphous, having a conversation with the AnteDote. Greg McCarron and Jeremy Rothkushel. It was definitely my honor, and I will see you guys. Oh yeah, I'm gonna probably do a poll soon. Last thing I'll plug. Um, a lot of times when I've been kind of getting things organized before the shows, I'm listening to music and I'll have it on mute sometimes when it's already live, and people ask, "What am I listening to?" If you guys want me to, I've been thinking about picking a song and just doing that in a short and giving you guys like a pre-song, like I don't know, a short, so you guys know what I was listening to before the show. Then let me know when I do that survey, and I will give it to you tonight. If you want to look up what I was listening to, I was listening to Tiny Desk, Ozuna's Tiny Desk, and I listened to Matri Jims, which is in French. So for the French speakers, you might enjoy that. That said, this has been the Political Matrix. Well, this has been Thinking with Young Morphus by way of the Political Matrix, because I'm going to start doing all my interviews over on this channel instead of the other channel where I typically was doing interviews. But I'm going to try to concentrate more content on one channel. Well, trying to concentrate more content on this channel so it helps with the algorithm and more people can hear and feed in and add to these conversations. That said, hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. Stay blessed, and hopefully we're wrong about hopefully I'm wrong about some of my predictions. I don't know. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night.